Hello everyone, it's me and Curbs again for another Gamergate call-in stream, because everyone seems to really like them, and why not? Seem like fun, especially after today's entertainment. How you doing, man?
I'm not too bad. How are you, mate?
Very well, very well. Just got back from the gym, so I'm exhausted. Who was it that said, someone was like, oh shit, what was it? The Zumba class, that was it. Someone was like, are you doing a Zumba class? And I'm like, yeah, I've got my fucking pink and green neon leggings and stuff and everything.
No, I can just imagine you in a banana hammock, sitting the bar out, basically.
We need your pornographic fetish is really not.
Well, I actually own a mankini. Somebody bought me it for my birthday. It's a camouflage one.
Oh, really? A camo one?
Yeah. Never worn it. Still in the packaging.
You
liar. No, I really haven't. I don't think it would be able to support the testicles, to be honest. Alright.
So, what did you make of Matey today, then?
Cult member says what? Was basically what I got from that.
Yeah, I got exactly the same thing, man. Jesus Christ.
And that was the most diplomatic I've ever seen the chat being, as well. If that fucked him off, God. It must have, it must be very delicate.
I couldn't believe how not offensive the chat was being. You know, I obviously don't care about the chat being offensive. I think it's quite funny most of the time, but like, you know, how did he end it? Just like, you know, the chat are all fucking horrible people or something. What did he say?
Yeah, it was like, fuck you, chat. You know, you are the worst or something, or worse to those effects, basically. So, yeah. I think just the sheer unwillingness to see that he might have been potentially wrong on a few, you know, issues, regardless of whether he hates us or not.
Is wrong, isn't it, man?
Yeah, it's... Okay, we've got people coming in now, so...
Hello.
Hi, guys. It's going pretty good. I do want to just get one thing out of the way really quick. Sargon, you are subscribed to me on YouTube, actually.
Oh.
And yes, I run a YouTube channel called Gamergate Interviews. And thank you so much. It was actually, like, it blew my mind to see someone... Like, not e-celeb or anything, because I think everyone hates that term now. But, like, someone as big as you, who's as popular as you are, and have people constantly berating you with messages, to subscribe to a YouTube channel that at the time only had, what, like 45 subscribers, it was really awesome, so thank you.
Oh, not a problem. Just, what was the name of your channel again? Gamergate Interviews, yeah?
Yeah, Gamergate Interviews.
Right, everyone go and... I'm going to find it and tweet it so everyone can see what it's talking about. Hang on. There we go. Right, yeah, I'm just going to tweet that, guys, so you can all subscribe to him, because, again, it's a great resource. But yeah, sorry, what did you want to say?
I just wanted to say, like, with this whole Gamergate situation, we've been going on for over 3 months now, and it blows my mind that they have not learned that trying to stop people and silence them and scare them and harass them doesn't work. Gamergate's tweets were starting to go down a little bit there, and then Nero's account on Twitter disappeared, and then what happens? Within a span of 3 or 4 hours, it shoots back up by like 40,000 tweets. And they don't seem to understand that every time that they say you can't look at this, you can't talk about this, stop it, look away, it makes more and more people upset. Like the Blizzard forums right now are exploding with Gamergate stuff because they are continuously deleting the threads and people want to know why. It's the scariest thing,
effect is very real.
Yeah, and for me personally, I live in California, right next to the epicenter of all this BS. And these people are just as scary outside of the internet when you see them in person as they are on the internet. They will push you out of entire conversations or groups if you do not just toe the party line or agree with them. If you make a simple, like, very slight disagreement with them on something as minuscule as the skin color of a character in a comic book, you'll be shunned. And in fact, myself, I got kicked out of several groups of comic book fans because they got infested by these kinds of people. And when I would disagree with them, they ostracized me and kicked me out. And it's terrifying. But we have Gamergate, which is doing its best to try to save it, and has been the most successful so far.
It really has. I'm starting to really think that it's a culture. I'm starting to think it's just like the anti-social justice culture. You know, whether we mean it to be or not. You know, because a lot of like cultural artifacts are being produced. You know, lots of like funny songs of people, you know, doing the parodies on YouTube. Lots of pictures and art and stuff like that have come out, and there seems to be like a real community of gamers sort of evolving. I mean, maybe I'm misreading the situation. I don't know, but that's just how it appears from my perspective. You know.
I definitely agree, and what the best part about this is that like all of us can come from different walks of life and agree with each other. Like myself, I identify as a left-leaning liberal, and I also have very strong ties to the MRA, and I can go and talk to someone who's a right-wing feminist, and as long as we're talking about games and our love for games, it trumps everything else. We don't care about the sexuality of a character. We don't care about the race of the character. All we get down to is, like, do we like the game? All right, let's talk about the game for hours on end. And Gamergate has been so great that I've been able to communicate with thousands of people from all over the world through this one hashtag about gaming, and not just saving gaming, but games itself. And I think even if the hashtag dies out, these people who have made these friendships and made these pacts with each other, it's going to be the most successful thing to come out of it.
Yeah, definitely. I tell you what I want to see. I want to see some real proper like Gamergate gaming sites. You know, the sort of sites that are culturally affiliated with us, the gamers, rather than them, the social justice warriors.
Most definitely.
That's what I want to see. I want to see some good ones. You know, I want to see some, like, you know, some community effort, people who can write. You know, because it's one thing. It's one thing. I mean, I'm not passing judgment on anyone's work. I don't really know how anyone. I've been a bit out of what's actually been going on, like, in other areas. But, you know, I want to see sort of like, you know, people who are doing the job that everyone wants to see the current journalists, quote unquote, doing, and I want to see them grow. You know, I want to see them really get, you know, start getting a lot of traffic and start just pushing forward, so we can raise them up and say, look, this is for us. This isn't for you guys. It's not for anyone else. This is for us, the goddamn gamers. You know.
We need to be able to get some people in there who take gaming seriously. We don't need people in these kinds of positions who seem to despise gamers, and not just gamers, but games, and putting them in the position to judge games, like with the IGF, and to review games when they show that they have contempt for it. I mean, I wouldn't get somebody who hates going to the movies to review movies. It really wouldn't work out, because every review would just be like, this movie was terrible and I hated it, but I'm going to give it a good score because they gave me stuff. Like, it doesn't work that way.
Doesn't make any sense why they'd want to, though. I can't understand why they have got any interest in being part of the gaming industry, because they don't seem to have any interest in being part of the gaming industry.
Well, it is an $80 billion industry, so they're probably making money off of it. And then again, when you see
other than money, sorry, other than money.
Yeah, most of these people also come from upper class families, trust fund kids, as people like to call them, and they don't really have to try that hard. I mean, look at Jonathan McIntosh. I don't think he's ever had a legitimate job in his life other than making YouTube remixes, as he calls them. And yet that guy's rolling money. Yeah.
You give them away for free, and it's like, McIntosh, how can you afford to do that? You know, I can't afford to give away what I make for free. You know, I mean, I don't know how he does it.
I couldn't tell you. I've never understood the whole idea of privilege, but if I did, I definitely would put him at the top of the list of people who I'd consider privileged. Did I cut out?
No, I'm still hearing you okay.
Oh, it's me. It's my internet already. It's telling me that it's not working, but I can hear you, so I don't know what's going on. I tell you, the engineer didn't come. I should have phoned them today, but I was on Paul's stream, so I didn't get a chance. But yeah,
Oh, there we go. And it's dropped. There we go. It's okay. Do you want to carry on?
I just wanted to say, when it comes to that stream he did with Paul, I actually have an interview coming up with Paul eventually, whenever he has free time. They have the patience of angels. To deal with that, I would not have been able to go 5 minutes. I had gotten up, I think I woke up about 1/4 of the way into the interview and sat down and started watching it.
Yeah.
And within 2 minutes, I was already mad.
I know. I dipped in and out about 4 or 5 times. I stayed a bit longer when Oliver Campbell came in, because although Sargon did a fantastic job of countering the historical side of his argument, Oliver just blew away the current sort of to a sane and rational person, there should have been just a little bit of compromise, basically, but there wasn't. It was just hardcore ignorance. I thought the guy was literally trolling.
So did I. When he said, I don't advocate for doxing, and then as Paul was, I think it was Paul or Sargon, I can't remember who it was talking, he said, actually, I take that back, I do advocate for doxing because I want you all to die.
Yeah.
I was like, this guy, he's not serious. There's no way he can be serious anymore, and it looks like he has. It looks like he is serious, and that's scary.
I think his career's over, but I think he needs to be deprogrammed. He's seriously part of a cult. He's, whether he knows it or not, whether it was intentional or not, he is a cultist.
Definitely. I think that's the scariest thing about all this is I actually just got out of another stream, and we were talking about these people who are like radically social justice warriors and radically feminist, and talking to them is like conversing with someone who's an extreme religious ideologue. As someone who's not religious, their only response to you saying I don't agree or I don't believe you is, you need to believe it, you have to believe it, go read my book. And then they'll throw another piece of feminist literature at you that can be just summed up as, men are terrible people, and over the course of 11,970 years, more women died than over the course of 12 years. Who fucking knew? I didn't. That math was astonishing.
Yeah, exactly. What, all of human history, yeah, I mean, women do die. They're not immortal. Yeah.
The problem I had most with that is that he only talks about the women who died for all those years. What about the men who died during all those years? Because I'm pretty sure it would be close to, if not exceeding, 50 billion.
Oh, it doesn't even matter. I mean, it's like, all of the deaths in the history of humanity is every human that's ever lived. So, what's he trying to prove? It's not like what time and old age have been killing humans, and more specifically, it's been killing women. Well, yeah, obviously, and the past was a violent place.
Yeah, the past was a place where you would walk outside and there's a good chance that you just get hit in the head with a rock. And nowadays that doesn't happen very often. And to pretend that over the course of all of those years, it was the same just hellish mess.
Yeah,
is ignorant. And to me, what was the most exciting part of that entire interview was when you started to just lay down facts about all these English-speaking countries, and he was just like, "Well, yeah, I guess. Well, yeah, I guess. Okay, fine. You know more about this than I do, but it doesn't matter because fuck evidence. I have my principles."
I believe. That's what he said. I believe.
Yeah, he listened and believed harder than anyone else I've ever seen do it.
Doesn't he? But I think we better. Leave it there, man, so other people can carry on. Sorry.
No. It's totally fine. Thank you again for letting me come on. This was really awesome to get to talk to all you guys.
Hey, that's what we're here for when we do these.
Thanks very much, dude. Okay, next one's Jim.
Hello, Jim.
Right, how am I sounding, guys?
How's it going?
Yeah, it's going good. I'm just checking. I got a new microphone, so I'm not sure about my sound levels.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Right. I've probably got quite a few questions, so if Mundane Matt wants to get on at the same time, I'm perfectly happy to both answer and ask both of you questions at the same time. If he's happy to chill, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any problems with that because at the moment we have one more person in the queue, so not many messages coming through at the moment. So I don't know if the retweet's gone out. So let me just check.
Yeah, I got a few questions, so we could probably keep the time going, but I'm perfectly happy to have Mundane Matt on because I do respect his input as well.
Well, go for it. I'm sure he'll be able to chip in. What are your questions?
Well, the first question I had to ask, this guy that you were on the chat with earlier today, it cannot be me just thinking this has got to be a troll or a sock puppet or some kind of fake account, because even when you asked him about his cult persona or if he was in a cult, he just went so spot on, like the default question, like fake bot programming in an IRC channel. He hit every single mark that you could possibly hit.
Yeah, I honestly wasn't sure whether he was like trolling, but the thing is, that's why I was so patient asking him the questions, because I was looking for inconsistencies in his worldview, which would have given him away. But he was surprisingly consistent in how crazy he was. So your guess is as good as mine. What do you reckon, Matt?
That guy was pretty nuts. I tried reading through his drivel last night. It's not an easy read because a lot of it isn't coherent. And I didn't hear the stream this morning because I just woke up a little bit ago. So I only can imagine how off the rails it was.
Oh, do you want to tell him, Jim? Sorry.
Yeah. From my perspective, I mean, I woke up this morning and me and my wife had an early start of the day. So we went to a cafe. We had a sit down, the proper English breakfast, sausage, bacon, beans, that kind of thing. And I showed her what he had written, and she didn't even get past the first two paragraphs because she got, this is something kind of crazy. I then got home and got to see that King of Paul was running a live stream. I thought, well, let's listen in. Let's see what he has to say. And he kept constantly moving the goalposts. It's like every single Gamergater should be gassed and put into gas chambers like the Jews were during the Second World War. And after being confronted with the Not Your Shield hashtag, he started to shifting it a little bit. And that's kind of the time where Sargon got into the conversation. And from there on, it was just him moving the goalpost further and further away, but still trying to maintain that every single Gamergater should be put into a gas chamber to be experiencing the mustard gas of the First World War, if you put that into some kind of... I don't know. My mind... I'm still trying to repair my mind from listening to that insanity. And I don't mean to be mean to him. I agree with Oliver B. Campbell. He needs someone to check in on him to see if he needs help or if he's okay.
Yeah, if you're making those kind of really violent, threats against people or claims for their harm, might be something a little bit wrong with you.
Is it going like robotic for anyone else, or is it just me?
It's just you and your tin can connection.
Yeah, you've really got to stop using string to get to the internet. We use cables now.
Stop using potatoes.
Install it.
Seriously, Jesus Christ!
I thought you were supposed to upgrade your internet, Sargon, with all your eCeleb money. That's the rumor on the streets, man. You're throwing down cash to get the connection.
One thing that really I found really disturbing about this guy is that it's his reason, right? I was so bothered by this, right? It's the fact that he was like, what the Nazis did to the Jews was wrong because the Jews didn't deserve it. But what I want to do to gamers is right because gamers do deserve it. And I just wanted to, there was no way to get across to him that, like, look, right? It's not that the Jews hadn't done anything wrong. Whether the Jews had done something wrong or not is irrelevant. It's that you want to wipe people out at all, and that you want to do it based on a label.
Yeah, but
It's
that is what the Jews were to the core of the Nazi Party. What they needed, what is it may escape you, Monday Matt, but for you, Sargon, you've seen the QI with Stephen Fry and Alan. You've probably seen it.
I have seen QI.
Yeah, they have the typical dynamic of you have a host and then you have someone to be bullied, and it's always Alan. He's always constantly being bullied. He's kind of like the victim, but it makes the show interesting. And that's what the Nazi Party needed in 1930s, because the economy was shit in Germany. It was absolutely out of order. And I'm probably going to get my Twitter account banned for this. But what Hitler did when he was starting out his campaign, he did a shed load of good shit for Germany.
Hell
He
yeah.
built it up. He created jobs for everyone, even the Jews that later on got to suffer some really horrendous shit being done to them. But he did a shitload of good in the beginning.
There's a reason that he was Times Man of the Year, and I think it was 1938, was it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm from Sweden. The guy was sitting in Stockholm during 1939, I think it was, the Olympics, or was it 38? I'm not sure about that. Where the black guy won the running. I'm not sure if it was 100 meter, 400 meters. There was a black guy winning, and all the Nazi Party people, including Hitler, were just. There are photos from 1930, whenever it was. And you can see the distaste on their face. I'm sorry, did I lose connection here?
I think
No, I
Sargon
can
might.
hear you. Sargon, someone keeps cutting that string, man.
Sargon dropped again. No, but I'm not sure if it's known outside of Scandinavia or Sweden, but there is this event when Stockholm hosted the Olympics. And there's this black guy winning a race. And I don't know how much is true around it, but there is a lot of talk about the Nazi guys going, yeah, the white guys are going to win. They're going to be the fastest guys. And this black guy, Jesse Owens, my wife just informed me, is absolutely demolishing the competition. And you can see in the photographs, no matter the context, there are no happy faces on the Nationalistische Deutsche German, whatever they called, party members leaving that venue. And
Wow.
these photographs exist.
Sorry, what was that? I'm back now. I can actually hear you.
Yeah, we saw you dropping about 5 times during this conversation. No, I was talking about the German, what we say, High Council or something, visiting Sweden when Sweden got the Olympics just before World War II started. Mm-hmm. And there are, I would say, memes or rumors going around how the Nazi Party were so gleeful before a particular event that it's gonna be white guy. There's just one black token guy that's not gonna win. He has no skill, not one whatsoever. And then this Jesse Owens, as I was informed by my wife, absolutely demolished all competition. And you can see in the photographs from 1930 that the Nazis leaving the Olympic Stadium are definitely not happy at all. There is no smiles, there's no joyful emotion whatsoever. It's sort of sidetracked to Gamergate, but it is one of the ideology things coming into all of it, how much you believe one thing and then get proven wrong and it's not going down well.
Yeah, the whole thing is... I find it very disconcerting. I really find everything that he was saying was just the opposite of what I would say, and the opposite of what I would expect to be taken seriously for, If someone was saying all that, you can say, well, okay, well, fair enough, that might be what you believe, but that's crazy. But he I just can't believe that he didn't think he could ever be wrong.
Well, I would argue that sometimes it's good to have knowledge. Because I do remember the first time I actually got accused of being a feminist. And this sounds wrong. I think of myself like, I value equality. I value everyone getting the equal opportunity to make something of themselves. And this was back in, I would assume in English and American terms, it would be college. And we're playing floor hockey, indoor floor hockey, the Swedish version, not the English version with the small, odd-looking clubs.
Yeah.
Somewhere half between bandy and ice hockey. And I know Monday and Matt understand ice hockey being an American. So we're playing floor hockey, and in Sweden we don't do like it's boys schools and girls schools. It's always mixed, and it's sports, and we're playing floor hockey. And suddenly I've been put on defense, and suddenly this girl breaks loose, and I instantly recognize her. And the thing is, I already know this girl. She's playing professional floor hockey. I know that this girl could probably demolish me in a heartbeat. But because I have the knowledge ahead of time, I'm not going to assume anything about this opponent coming towards me. And that's a situation where I suddenly realized it's not a girl coming toward me. It's an opponent. It's someone with great skill. And I'm actually going to have to prove what I can and cannot do. A word you often use is meritocracy. You have the skills or you don't have the skills. You can train and acquire a skill, but in the end it comes down to can you or can you not deliver something. In this particular scenario, I got demolished.
I think that's exactly how it should work, because I find myself really struggling to justify why someone else should be given special treatment that they haven't earned. You know, I mean, I agree that everyone should be given equal opportunity, but that's the point. It's an opportunity, and it doesn't guarantee that you will get the thing that you're trying to get, because you might suck at what you're trying to do. You know, and if I suck at something, tell me. You know.
Yeah, please. I say the same to everyone. If I'm not good at something, if I can't improve, tell me. But you're from UK, just as I. Yeah, I saw your nice cutlery delivery. I'm a bit offended that you ignored my question, what kind of cutlery brand you wanted, because I was thinking of sending you some kind of IKEA stuff.
I get accused of ignoring people all the time. I'm really not ignoring people. It's just that I'm a one-man operation, and I get a lot of messages, and I get a lot of notifications and stuff. So sometimes all I can do is either favorite it to show people that I've seen it, and it might be something that doesn't need a reply, so I'll favorite it and say I saw that and I thought it was cool, man, or I'll reply if it's a question, but I miss things sometimes. Sorry, man.
All right, Jim. Have you got any more sort of questions? We're starting to actually just.
Yeah, I have a few, but I'm happy to actually step back a little while and stick around a bit longer if people should go on, and if they.
We might need the space. If you could drop back in later near the end, if you need to, that'd be grand. Just use the same link that I send you. We just have quite a few more people wanting to get in.
Yeah. I'm perfectly happy with that. I do have a few questions to just put forward. I'll drop them and I'll go out, and Sargon and even Monday Matt, if he is inclined, he can go on with that.
No problem. The next one is Matt. He's next, and then Sammy will be after him, and then Robin.
All right. I'll drop my questions, and then I'll go out, and he can continue, and I'll listen into the live stream and see what it is.
Okay, no problem.
All right. I'll try to be as fast as possible here. Now, something I noticed is that there's a very common trait in the forthcoming anti-GG, anti-Gamergates. The people that step forward, they have a lot of hatred, a lot of malice in them, and anything for them, like Tate proved, can be justified in the feminism or social justice spectrum. Gas chambers, it's okay as long as I'm doing it in the name of feminism or social justice. They have the extreme, I would say, left political stance, seeing how much they bash on Adam Baldwin for being right-wing. Also, and I round off on this and I jump out in about 10 seconds. Gamergate is worldwide. It's not geocentric. Everything that was the Georgie Tate interview was like, oh, these are the problems in America. For 10,000 of years, the Boston Marathon has not been able to allow women to run in it, despite Boston only being in existence for the past 350 years or something. I may be wrong on the facts, but I'm going to jump out and be corrected by the chat. I'll see you guys later.
Thanks, Jim.
Take it easy, man.
All right, cheers.
Right, Matt, I think you're next, mate.
That would appear to be so.
How's it going?
It's going okay. It's going okay. Just trying to find apartments is annoying when you're trying to move interstate or to a new state.
I can imagine.
So that's been my entire morning, has been trying to find new places to live, which is not working out to my benefit. Other than that, I don't know. I'm not entirely up to date with what's going on with Gigi. I heard about the George thing, which I need to go, I guess, and listen to his insane ramblings.
Yeah.
You know,
It was
I did see.
the crazy bit.
Well, you know, I can understand that this particular event with certain people has the ability to kind of like, you know, the best judgments don't always come forward. You know what I mean? It's like looking at the way he wrote it, it looks like he was just like, you know, he snapped, and it can happen to anybody, you know. So, but when you're going to a stream and you're like, I think all of you fuckers should be gassed. That's just the way that I see it. I'm gonna Dutch oven all of you because I just had a burrito.
I think he's an oven salesman in his spare time. He's selling some Margaret Ovens or something, and he's just promoting that shit for Christmas.
Maybe worse for a gas company or something.
Yeah, that's probably why he has an intimate knowledge of gas. Like, you know, that's just so stupid, though. Why would you go onto a stream and then be like, I want to kill all of you? Like, that's not going to have any negative repercussions whatsoever.
I don't know what he was thinking. I mean, this is why he looks like a cultist, isn't it? You know, it's just what he's saying so disconnected from reason that it's just scary.
Yeah, it's a little bit nuts when you encounter these people, and I've been noticing like that they tend to come from like the Gamer Ghazi camp, right? Like over there, it gets really militant really quickly.
Right, I've never been there, so I don't know what.
Well, did you see that Make It Stop parody video that came out the other day?
The fat guy dancing.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I'd call him fat. I mean, by American standards, he's definitely, you know, less than fat, but he's also not super skinny. So yeah, he's moderate as American. He's kind of fat. But no, anyway, that particular guy, yeah, he's that guy he's active in Gamer Ghazi. I had a run-in with him a couple weeks ago when he took one of my tweets and posted it out of context as a way of mocking me. So I sent him a message with the full tweet, with all the tweets in a row with context, like asking him to update it, just to be like, look, I don't care if you agree with me or not, but at least put it up there in full context. He then took a snapshot of that private message on Reddit and then posted it to his Twitter. And so then I commented back on that, and then he accused me of putting a target on his back and sending a hate mob after him, and that I essentially fucked with the wrong Jew and all of these other things. And I'm like, I don't quite get what's going on here. But this seems to be like kind of the reoccurring theme with these people, is like, you know, they're gonna be like, oh, fuck the other side, fuck those gamer gators, fuck them, and then, you know, we're over here going like, I'm sorry, what, mate? And they're like, no, God, no, don't look at me. You're hating me with your eyes right now. Male gaze. You know, I mean, they're just like, they're freaking out over some shit, and it's pointless because like you cannot have a discussion with these fucking people. Like, and I truly believe that anyone can sit down and have a conversation and hash some shit out. And when you approach them with something and then they turn tail and run, it's just like, wow, what the fuck can you do?
Flat deny reality, don't they?
They do. They very much like. Yeah, they don't live with the rest of us.
I don't believe that, and it's just like, well, that's irrelevant. What you believe, you know, the facts are against you. So what are you going to do? I'm not going to change my position. Yes, okay, you freak. You know?
Well, what I love though is that they try to manipulate the facts, and that's what I find to be interesting. Is I understand that everything is subjective. No matter how much we try to be objective, there's still some subjectivity that comes into play
Of course, yeah.
based on a multitude of reasons. But when it's like they go, when they keep trying to go back to something that is so like past the point of interest or past the point of where things are, and they keep like every time it comes up, they go back to the Zoe post. That's what they go back to every single time, and you're just like, okay, yeah, that happened, but now we're here. I'm sorry you haven't played catch up yet. You may want to take a few minutes, familiarize yourself with what's been going on, because I understand you just came out of a time capsule. You're still stuck in August. We're in the now, And it's hard to not just talk down to these people when you talk to them, which is hard to do because like I try not to do that. And there's times I will draft like tweets I'll see some shit and I'll draft some tweets and I'm like, no, it's just not worth it. Like what's it gonna do? They're just gonna block me and call me a shitlord. That's about it.
They're just not up for discussion, are they?
No.
That's why.
Well, you want to hear my favorite thing though?
So go on.
Oh, my favorite thing, absolute favorite thing, is that people on the other side have no concept or understanding of how the law works. You'd be amazed at how many messages I've received from people telling me I'm going to jail, and I'm like, for what? Like Brianna Wu is going to sue you, and you're going to jail. For what? Well, you said that she doxed herself. I'm like, I speculated that she might have doxed herself based on the timeline of events, which I showcased in my video. The next video, I retracted that statement. Well, why isn't that video taken down then? Because there's still relevant information contained within. I updated the annotations on the video and the low bar, so people can go get the updated information. But I can't go back and edit a video like you can an article.
Yeah, transparency as well. I mean, I actually don't take down any of the videos that I make because, I'm happy to recant anything that I've said that's wrong, but I want it shown that I made the mistake. I know it sounds silly, but I don't mind people seeing me make a mistake because then they'll hopefully also see me learning from that mistake afterwards.
Oh, yeah. No, there's a guy who posted on Kotaku in Action about me the other day, trying to run this huge smear campaign by referencing like my first Anita Sarkeesian video from like 2.5 years ago, because I think I said she's a loudmouth bitch that needs to shut the fuck up or something, and I fully said like at the time I was really trying to pander to the 4chan audience, right? Because I just started off and I was like, I'm gonna be that antagonistic guy.
Yeah.
And then it didn't work out, and I didn't like it, and I've said multiple times, I hate my older videos because I was a dick.
Yeah, people change, don't they?
Yeah, but you can't change. Remember, you can't change if you are to be taken seriously by these people. Like, you have to maintain the same stance, because any sign of weakness, and they will devour you whole.
Yeah, they really are. Right, should we? I hate to say it, man, but we're gonna have to move on.
Perfectly fine. I just wanted to jump in, say hey and everything. You guys keep up the good work, and I will chit-chat with you all later.
Cool. Take it easy, man.
Okay, buddy.
See ya.
Samuel's next.
Samuel! Hello!
Hey, sorry, my mic thing my boom is falling.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it's another one of the usual suspects, isn't it? Have you been touching the poop again?
Oh.
No, I've been staying away now.
How's it going, man?
It's good. Yeah, like everyone's been talking about it, like that the stream.
It's some pretty crazy stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, someone's got to be in favour of death camps. If it just happens to be that everyone normal isn't, and
You just need one in the world, really, don't you?
So how's it going? Did you are you still the internet boyfriend of that girl? Is it Lemming? Was it?
Oh, apparently there was supposed to be some sort of wedding on the front lawn of Anita Sarkeesian's house.
I take it that didn't go down well.
Anything interesting you want to tell us, or are you just popping on to say hi?
It's a bit of both. Had I was kind of sort of like thinking about the way that these people conduct themselves, and it just seems to me like it's the social justice. It's almost like a mental condition, you know. you know, it's literally textbook delusion.
You couldn't make it up, could you?
No.
You couldn't make it up. It's scary. It literally is out of a textbook, isn't it? You know, they will say these things if they're part of a crazy cult.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's really like a lot, I think what a lot of it's down to is because before people had like a lot of people believed in religion, and then something and a lot of people that didn't kind of felt like they lost out, so then they latch onto something just and don't let go of any of their ideas.
No, I'm with you, totally with you. He sounded like he was religious, didn't he?
Yeah.
You know, the amount of times he said he believes in stuff and he knows that everyone else is wrong and he's right, and it's just like, wow, that's pretty. He sounded like a creationist.
Yeah.
Didn't he? It's not just me, right?
Yeah, you really did.
I've just got a question. How baked are you tonight?
And when is The Darkness going to make its new album?
No,
Do you believe in a thing called love?
To be honest,
now.
have you? Are you a musician? Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it looks like it. There are a bunch of people in the chat saying play a tune. Are you going to play us a tune?
All right. Second.
This could go very badly.
This is the guy that's going to get all the girls, isn't it? Jeez.
I believe in a thing called love.
Surprisingly not. All right. Sorry, my headphones are just coming off.
It's all right. Take your time.
All right, there we go.
There's only 1,000 people waiting for you.
You hear that?
Yep.
Just a second. Oh.
Apparently, Freebird is the song of choice at the moment.
Sorry, it's been a bit funny.
Oh, yeah.
You hear that?
Yep.
Okay.
A little bit low, but...
Hello?
Well, I'll give you a round of applause there, mate. Was there anything else you wanted to say?
Yeah, it was oh wait. Oh.
I think someone's already been put in an oven.
All right, okay, dude.
But yeah, I was just saying like, it's there was this quote from Lord of the Rings that I remember really, really well, and it really applies to feminists.
Go for it.
Which was when they're in the Helm's Deep, and it's just like, what can men do against such reckless hate?
Become manginas, apparently. That seems to be the only option. Start defending any Sarkeesian.
But yeah, I'll let the next person talk.
Cool, man.
I can't remember if it was Robin or Nikki. I can't remember which one came first.
Well, Robin, do you want to go?
I always want to go. Oh my God, what
What's
is wrong? I'd like to ask this gentleman, what is wrong with you, more than anything else. But I've got the feeling that this person isn't really saying what he really means or really thinks. I think he's just basically trying to draw attention to himself, if anything. And I'd like to say in front of an audience of 1,000 people for once, without having people argue in my stream, yeah, he just is here basically to just draw everybody's attention, just to basically get himself a little bit of internet fame, I think, more than anything else. I know it's a bit of a dampener. But
I don't think. What are you still doing here?
Yeah.
No,
Samuel.
I'm not talking about you.
not you,
Oh,
dude.
sorry.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
I'm autistic, so
Can someone eject this man, please?
All right.
Right, Samuel, I'm going to reject you, man, but come next time, seriously.
all right.
Honestly, I love that. I remember him from the previous one. That guy's funny as fuck. Sorry, Robin.
No, well, I'm just trying to, he's been sort of like popping in and out of the thing for quite some time, isn't he? And it was quite funny when sort of, I'd like to call him now Arthur Chew, or he's basically trying to take sort of the limelight away, if anything, really. I think he's just here to basically just piss everybody off as much as possible, and basically say the most outlandish thing that he possibly can. It's probably because he's a very bad writer, and he's probably not getting enough attention, and he thought this is a good way to get attention. And it's the only way I can understand it. No actual thinking human would say this stuff unless they're after something. Come on!
Also we think that's the thing, that the thing that I think that we always do, and I think everyone does it, is they project themselves onto other people and assume that other people have relatively similar thought patterns. And it turns out that this guy has crazy thought patterns, and so it makes them very difficult to understand, doesn't it?
Well, here's one for you. Hope you die soon enough that I can piss on your grave and mail the video of it to your extended family. Now, this is not the sort of thing that somebody thinks to post if they're, on a side. If you see what I mean, this is a Twitter war. So
Yeah.
you think to sort of like make a point, say something of worth, something that maybe even smart-arsery. Apparently, he's a writer. But it just seems, if this was coming out from 4chan or something like that, everybody would be kind of going, "Oh, this is a shit poster."
Typically 4chan.
Yeah, exactly. I'm quite interested at how many people are actually interested, if you see what I mean. He is, just barking. It's the only way to describe what's going on with this. If he is to be taken seriously, he's barking fucking mad. But I think somebody noted on my stream, I can't remember who it was that said it, but thanks for saying. He did want to know how many people were watching at the time.
Yeah, he did. I've got no doubt that he probably did have an aspect of self-promotion to it.
Aspect? Now I thought I understated.
What would that be, though? What did you do? Well, I went on a stream and said that the Holocaust was bad, but only because it happened to Jews, and Holocausts in other contexts can be acceptable.
Everybody seems to want their 15 minutes of fame out of this, though, don't they? I wouldn't put it past them.
But the thing is, it's not a bad thing for us, because it forces the anti-Gamergate people from San Francisco to say, look, we don't all think that. And it's like, really, are you sure? Now that you're on the defensive, why don't you start justifying yourself?
Yeah, you were agreeing with him beforehand. Now that he's saying this, suddenly you're not. I mean,
Exactly.
come on. What?
Them on the defensive, so, fucking, that's a good thing for us.
I'm waiting for Macintosh to see what he comes out with. That'll be amazing. I'm hoping he's going to kind of go, bastard, he's saying things crazier than me. Shit!
What you think is going to be like, you know what? The Holocaust of gamers would be a good thing?
Yeah.
My check.
Yeah, maybe he's going to be. Right, I need to fashion some way to divert an asteroid to blow up the planet to get rid of these people or something. I don't know. Like I said, I cannot fathom the idea that this person is taking himself seriously. I just cannot admit to myself. Maybe I'm just nice and just assuming that he's just basically a douchebag, rather than imagining this person is thinking that he's right. Because, well, if he is, then, well, oh my God, you know.
What?
Well, at that point, you know, we've got a person here that really should be sectioned. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, this
I
is
kind of feel that way about a lot of them, though.
well, yeah, but more in a hyperbole sense. This is something that you could go to a doctor with and kind of go, "What do you reckon?" He'd be kind of go, "That motherfucker's crazy," you know. It's lunacy.
Hyperbole for me, mate.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's a loon if he is, you know, and so now we're giving a lunatic fame.
Yeah, but the thing is, again, it forces them to have to justify themselves, and it also forces them to actually address the question of, are you guys actually a cult?
Yeah, I'm overloaded with ammunition right now.
Yeah,
You know,
it
just
really
all
looks
over
like
my
they're a
bag.
cult. I mean, I need Sarkeesian at that XOXO fest. It's like, oh, where's the army? And they all cheer, and it's just like, oh, idiots. Just
Yeah, I can imagine, you know, I can understand the sort of connotation behind that at least. I mean, they did make themselves look rather stupid in that sort of way without really realizing it. And I just thought that's cute. Whereas if this person is serious within his, you know, if is actually serious about his, let's call them principles, then, well,
well, they were convictions, weren't they? They weren't principles.
certainly could be a conviction. Or at least not long now. I mean, you know, sort of reminded me a little bit of that. You remember that guy who posted loads of videos before he went on that killing spree? It's up to that sort of scratch, you know.
Yes, Elliot Rodger.
Elliot, yeah, it was hints of Elliot, you know. I believe we do have an Israeli chap who comes onto our channel, Shalom, if you're listening. Who has a few friends that were sort of taken aback by what he said, and I believe they are actually in contact with the Anti-Defamation League, so we might have a knock on his door very soon, kind of going, "Here you go, son, there's a lawsuit, enjoy." So yeah.
I don't think that we necessarily need to do that or anything, or like anyone needs to do that.
Oh no, we don't, but I think they do.
I could understand if they wanted to, you know, because I mean that's pretty bad. But yeah, we better wrap up there, mate.
Yeah, some people are asking me to motorboat. I think we're getting to the end of that conversation. Did you want one quickly? There you go.
Thanks very much, man.
Done.
That was good.
The crowd pleaser. And what was your channel so people can visit your streams?
Oh, yeah. Well, if you don't know, shame on you. It's the Gamergate Open House.
No.
But if you just look at my name on there, you'll know me. I'm Robin Gething.
Do the carbon base shill.
All right, I'll get the carbon-based radio shill out. Go on to Indiegogo, have a look at carbon-based gaming radio. We've just hit the 3,000 mark, so thank you very much for everybody. I'm actually shilling out children's stories right now. So we're doing hatred, we're doing porn, and we're doing kids' stories. How's that for inclusive?
Scarily inclusive. But yeah, I've just tweeted that so people can find you and follow you. And thanks for coming on, man.
No worries, man. Speak to you in a bit.
Take care, man.
Cheers, Robin. Okay, right.
Who was next? Was it Nick?
It is Nick Taylor, yes, or Nick Taylor, sorry.
Hello, Nicky.
Yeah, hey, can you hear me all right?
Very well. How are you doing, mate?
I'm okay. Gamergate came along right as I was working on my bachelor's thesis, so that wasn't optimal, but I'm doing okay.
Right, okay. So what's your bachelor's thesis about?
Oh, it's translation. I'm doing some Japanese stuff. I actually work as well, and I work as a journalist in video games, actually, which makes this matter a lot more like annoying to me because I'm angry as a gamer and as a journalist.
Go on.
So one thing I've noticed a lot coming up lately, which was one thing that the nut job from today, I don't even remember his name, Jordy? What's that?
Yeah, Geordie Tate.
Yeah, Tate, yeah. Okay, so one thing he brought up that I've seen a lot of other people bring up as well is who the fuck cares about ethics in journalism? And that kind of hits a nerve with me because I work at a site dedicated to fighting games, and the fighting game community doesn't exactly have the best reputation. They can be pretty damn vile when they want to. So when I fuck up, I get to hear it, and I mean, that's obviously a shitty day at work when you fuck something up and you get called out hardcore. And I mean, it feels really bad, and you're stressed. Maybe it's a bad day for other reasons. Maybe you're pissed off, you're depressed, whatever, and you get this like flood of hatred from the comments. And even then, I could never like justify saying, "Oh, come on, who cares? It's only fighting games," because that would be fucking stupid. I mean, I'm not just belittling my audience; I'm obviously belittling myself as well if I do so. So everyone who talks about like, "Oh, who cares about ethics and journalism?" In the Gamergate perspective, like the antis, I mean, they're protecting video game journalists. So they're basically saying, who cares if these people do their jobs? And I don't think, that just doesn't sit right with me hearing it. Because obviously everyone should be expected to do their proposed job right. Am I crazy?
No, and what annoys me more about it is they complain that we are dismissive of women's problems or something, and then, like you say, they just go ahead and just be like, well, who gives a fuck about ethics and gaming journalism? It's like, well, the people spending their money on video games do. That's the point.
Yeah, right.
I mean, obviously these people don't spend any money on video games. That's why we care, because this is our money and we're being sold shit products.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from a personal perspective, I haven't paid attention to reviews for a while because I generally felt that I didn't really agree with them most of the time. But I didn't think it was corruption. I just resigned myself to the idea that people are stupid. That was what I thought it was. I was like, okay, well, they're morons, whatever. But now that all this shit has come out, it's just... I'm starting to feel like a lot of people around me who do follow reviews started realizing, like, wait, maybe that game I bought wasn't fun after all. And I'm like, how the fuck can you be this level of sheep? What the fuck is going on?
No, I totally agree. I personally, I stopped going to those sort of sites a long time ago because, well, self-evident, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I find the word of mouth is how I discover things these days.
Right. Yeah, pretty much same here. I'm a huge Nintendo fan, so generally I go for Nintendo stuff anytime, and then I go by word of mouth. Like, since I love Nintendo so much, a friend of mine was like, yeah, well, you should check out Batman games, the Arkham Asylum games, because they're like Metroid Prime. And I tried them out, and they are, and I was like, oh shit, this is amazing. So I kept like following that series, and that's generally how I go about my game purchases.
I think that's pretty similar to a lot of people these days, especially given the state of the press.
Yeah.
The thing is that this is all what pisses me off so much about Jim Sterling. You know, he goes on about ethics, and he always, gives it to the AAA companies and all that sort of stuff. And then as soon as he's presented with ethics on his own team, he's just like, oh, I don't want to talk about it. Nothing, oh, it's okay. And it's just like, Sterling, come on. This is the sort of shit. This is your bread and butter, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
This is how you've made your name, by exposing corruption, and now you're going to tacitly defend it by trying to talk about something else. It's just I can't believe it.
No, it's ridiculous. On another note, I came into the stream with Jordy earlier today, like more than halfway through because I was in the middle of class, and I gotta say, you and Oliver and Paul, you guys are like Buddhist monks or something. I don't know how the hell you managed to keep your cool.
Did you guys not manage it?
I did not. Not at all. I was tweeting through the whole thing, and I was just like, every time I finished the tweet, I had to do a new one because he said something ridiculous.
Well, you see, I've been watching. I read Jonathan McIntosh's tweets, so it gives you this kind of level of zen where you think you've heard the craziest thing possible, and then you're like, right, okay, no, I was wrong. They can get stranger.
Yeah.
You know? And today it was just. It's like that exponential curve on the full Macintosh scale. I was just thinking, wow, this is so high up this scale. It kind of needs reframing with a greater numbers along each axis, because no one knew it was going to get this crazy.
No, it's just completely mind-boggling. I mean, just the whole thing. Like, okay, well, now you've agreed to several things I've stated. That has to change your viewpoint because. By your own admission, you've proven that what you said isn't true. And he was like, no.
I would have thought so. That's me. I'm not a cultist, so.
Yeah, exactly. I like the second he left, and Paul was like, yeah, I have this checklist for cultists.
I know, man. But we should probably wrap up about that.
Yeah,
So was there anything else you wanted to say?
No, just have a nice day or evening or whatever it is, wherever you are.
Thanks very much. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks. Stay well.
Take it easy, man. Who was next, mate?
Next was Mianos.
Mine. Hello. How's it going?
Hi. Can you hear me? Fine, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Mine's getting a little bit roboty, so I might drop in and out. But,
okay. Sorry.
I think it's mine, not
it's okay.
his.
Yeah, I couldn't hear your reply, so I thought you couldn't hear me. Hey, it's nice being here, guys. It's been a tough day, isn't it?
I don't know if it's been tough. I think it's been rather relaxing, actually. Just so maybe that's just me.
Well, right. Well, the thing is, I live in Italy. So, what can I say? For disclosure, it's the most corrupt country in Italy. So, I deal with those kind of people like Mr. Giorgi Taint or whatever the hell his name is, almost daily. I see him on the TV. I see them on newspapers. So, seeing even just reading what he was saying from the Twitter feed was. Really headache-inducing, we should say.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to try and fix my internet connection. I'll be back. But yeah, continue to tell everyone else, because I'm sure they can all hear you.
Yeah. Okay. No, basically, yeah. I see this kind of people in my country every day, and I heard Robin first before. Say that he thought that this person was just in for the fame, that he wasn't really thinking the things he said. But the thing is, there may be the chance that he really believes the things he says. And the thing is, I saw it happen in other, even more serious than social justice circles. For example, Italy. It's synonymous with organized crime. We all know that. I don't need to bring the Godfather into this. We all know that. This is an event that is recent because it happened a couple of days ago. Basically, there was this boss that died in prison, and then he went back. The body went back to his hometown for the funerals, and they couldn't do a parade in the street, basically people following him to the church and then to the cemetery, because they wanted to make it part from a road that took its name from two guys, two very young men who were killed because of organized crime. So it would be like an insult. So they canceled the thing, and when they went to interview the people of the hometown, most people didn't agree with that. They couldn't understand why it was wrong, and that scared me.
So, I can, yeah.
Sorry, a lot of that was actually cutting out for me. My bloody internet connection. What was the gist of that? I missed most of it. Sorry.
Basically, the gist of it that is boss guy organized crime went back to his own town for funerals when he died. They wanted to make a parade starting from a street that has this name from two guys who died before organized crime. They canceled the parade, and the people in the hometown thought that was wrong and couldn't see what was wrong with it.
They couldn't see what was wrong with it.
Yeah, they couldn't. They believed it was perfectly normal. And
okay, yeah, okay.
That scares me because some people maybe even in Gamergate and some people they go there, say the most outrageous things just for fame, to get attention. But there are some people that really believe the things coming out of their mouths, and I think this is one of those guys. And I agree with Oliver Campbell too. This guy needs at least to be checked on because it's frankly scary.
Yeah, that's another thing that I talk to these sort of this sort of social justice crowd quite a lot because I get not a lot of comments on my videos, but every now and again, maybe once a video, I'll get some social justice warrior coming on, and they think that I lie a lot. They think that I'm pretty much anything I say is a lie to try and make them look bad. There's this one called Optium who she always, I swear to God, she's the one who downvotes my videos all the time. She's always there, and she's like Radfen maniac, and basically I had an exchange with her once, and she was on a crashing quest, and I was really trying to give it a fair shake, and she was like. We had a conversation where she was like, it really does seem like you've tried to give this the benefit of the doubt. And I'm like, I really have, Optium. And she's like, this time I don't think you're lying. And I'm like, well, how often do you think I lie? And she's like, well, you've got to tell me, don't you? And I'm like, well, look, I've got no reason to lie to you. I don't care about your feelings. In fact, I quite enjoy befriending you sometimes. So, why would I lie to you? They think that we lie to them a lot, I think. And so I think that us thinking that they're lying is probably not the right thing to do because I don't think they are. I think that I think a lot of them genuinely believe it.
Yeah, they believe they're important enough to lie to constantly. Basically, in their mind, you were important enough so that you had to lie continuously into every single one of your videos. That's it, basically.
Yeah, that's. But I think we should probably wrap up there, mate.
Okay.
So, thanks a lot for coming on. Was there anything you wanted to say before you left?
Nah, no, not really. Just keep on doing what you're doing. You guys are awesome. And if anyone likes Kamen Rider, I guess, to check me out. Thanks, mate.
What's your Twitter? Are you using the Op Skynet hashtag on Twitter?
Right. It's at Mainoskine, no spaces or under tags.
Cool. Well, there we go, guys. Get following him.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Bye.
Right, we have Doctor next, then Laurel, then Frederick.
Dr. Lehman, you have been trying to contact me, haven't you? Hello, Doctor.
Yes, sorry, my microphone was still muted. Yes, I have been trying to contact you. I have been.
Yes,
you can hear me, right?
I can hear you. I swear, it's going bloody robotic for everyone online. There's nothing I can do though. I can't hear you at the moment though, so that's.
Okay, so basically, I just have some very short points because I would just want to clear the slot for people who have more valid points than I do. So for the people who don't know me, which most likely is the absolute majority of this stream, I'm Dr. Lehman, and I've been doing the Behind Gamergate interview thingies. Mm-hmm. And I'd love more people on. So if anyone, especially the small voices, just anyone from the audience, wants to be featured, just write me at @that_Lehman on Twitter. Oh, also Sargon, this is an official invite to Behind Gamergate.
Well, you know what? If you're looking for smaller voices, and I think that's a really, really good idea. I think Op Skynet is something amazing. I'm really, really impressed with how. I even tweeted asking people, so how many followers have you got? And some people come back saying 800 or 900.
Yeah.
And so it's been so successful for everyone. I think that's really great because I think one of the problems is with like Poll and Internet Aristocrat and stuff like that. They've become like not leaders, but they've become very loud voices that say things that a lot of people agree with, and so they become the target of a lot of attention. And you know, people on YouTube aren't normally like they're not normally in the public eye. They don't normally get this, and so you don't normally have to do this. And so I think that a lot of people, I'm not surprised it's been emotionally affecting people. Not in the least bit surprised, you know. So I really think it's a great idea for everyone to kind of raise their own voices, you know. So when you go to a journalist, you know, you've got like 1,000 or 2,000 followers or something just because you've been using the Operation Skynet hashtag, you know. Sorry, I'm just going off on one now.
Okay, no, well, exactly. I was really trying to get some people online who just wouldn't be heard otherwise, because most of us have a very, very strict schedule. Like, we have very limited time resources, very limited attention spans. And if the loudest voices who just compress all the information you presume you need are Internet Aristocrat, King of Poll, and Mundane Met, why would you even watch anyone else's videos? Which is a shame, to be honest, because a lot of the small guys that I met are amazing people with great content.
Yeah, I think that's really not doing a lot of people disservice. That's doing them a disservice. What was the Commissar of Gaming guy did the Macintosh thing? Have you seen that, Curbs?
Oh yeah, no God. I mean, a lot of the OC that's coming out is fucking amazing at the moment. I just gotta say, we really are creating some stuff.
Honestly, that Macintosh impression was fucking spot on. The only thing he missed was the word power. He needed to do a bit where he talked about power for a little bit. But
he also didn't look greasy enough as well, because if you look at he looks like he's kind of rubbed a beef patty over his face in the other one. He's really greasy. I think when he goes to, we were discussing this the other night on another stream, that when he goes to his local McDonald's, they just call him the Big Mac.
So yeah. But otherwise, I think there is a lot of good original content, definitely.
Yeah, basically, I just wanted to ask anyone from the chat to join, and also you have an official invite. Consider yourself invited and stuff.
I'm more than happy to do it, but if it's meant to be just like I don't want to say that I'm not an everyday voice of Gamergate, but you know what I mean. People who don't otherwise have a voice. If it's more aimed at people for that to give the average Gamergate person a voice, I'd rather not take up the space, you know?
Yeah, I understand, but the issue is you wouldn't be taking up any space, because I'm actually burning through the applicants very fast, and by now I think I had like maybe 20 people, 22 online, and it's kind of drying out the pool of possible applicants.
Okay,
so you really wouldn't be taking up any space.
Can I tweet something for people to go and check out?
I'll write you a tweet on Twitter, and you can just share it around if you want to.
I will retweet it, not a problem.
Okie dokie. And the second thing, now that I have shilled for my own channel, there was an election at a local university of mine for a new professor because the last one resigned. And the students voted on who the next professor will be. Okay. There was a professor who is internationally known and being taught in universities worldwide. He's a capacity on his field. Like, I'd be honored to even talk to him for 30 minutes. A bunch of average professors, and of course, the token feminist. She did some weird double bachelors of gender studies and journalism, something like that. And she kept specializing in gender issues. One of the central points of her presentation was that she'd female students, and the usual stuff. I was completely shocked that if the news that I got out true, she actually won the vote. Now, why the fuck am I talking about this? She's doing an opening presentation which will heavily focus on women in video games, with obligatory Sarkisian content. And she challenged everyone, not only students but everyone, to try to disprove her on stage. Now, if the chat or you have any suggestions for questions or general shit talking, I'm taking notes.
Do it. Are you going to be challenging her with questions?
Yeah, I will be.
Oh, you legend! Right. What's your Twitter handle, mate? What's your Twitter address?
That_layman.
Make sure you
That's-
take some Kevlar with you as well when you do this.
Yeah. Yeah, holy
Right,
shit.
okay, yeah.
Even though the university is actually quite non-social justice warrior-ish, but still.
You never know with these people. They do want to put us in gas chambers, after all, and ovens and all that stuff. So.
All gamers should be gassed, I know. Okay, so basically that's all I wanted to talk about. If any one of you has suggestions for question or, as I said, general shit talking, just write me at that_layman and I'll do my best.
I've just tweeted that you've got questions for a feminist. You'd like questions for a feminist academic.
Academic in quotation mark, I hope.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of people who would really like to know. Would really like to be able to ask a certain question to flummox them, so they're just sat there like You know. So that's what you. I'm looking forward to hearing how that goes, man. You got to let me know.
Okie dokie. So yeah, basically that's about it. I want to open up a slot for someone else.
Okie doke. Well, yeah, tweet me that thing and I'll retweet it so everyone can see and get in touch.
Okie dokie. See you around and Babylon prevails.
Cool. Take care, man.
Thanks, man. It's Laurel next.
Hello, Laurel.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Very well, thanks.
I just kind of wanted to shoot the shit on like Anina Sarkeesian and her crazy. I mean, I just get so frustrated with like. I mean, I'm a woman, so I get so freaking frustrated every time she speaks. I got told by one of her followers, because, you know, every once in a while I get bored and decide to go play with, the
crazies, yeah.
SJWs. I don't want to call it trolling necessarily, because I don't feel like I'm trolling them. I just, every once in a while, feel that there's a need to, keep them honest. And I honestly...
all this sort of language doesn't apply to them, I'm afraid.
Yeah, but it's me keeping myself honest is
I know.
almost more important to me than keeping them honest. And I literally got told, somebody was like trying to equate like the Elliot Rodgers thing to misogyny. I'm like, Elliot Rodgers was a sociopath.
Yeah, didn't he kill more men than women?
He did. It was actually, 4 men were killed in that entire debacle, and 2 women, and 13 people that I'm assuming of varying genders, probably majority of them men, because they won't actually tell you the breakdown of it, were hurt in that entire debacle. And, like, I'm from California. Like, I know this Santa Barbara area. Lots of crazy people down there.
Is it as bad as it sounds?
Yeah, my family's from Southern California. I grew up in the Central Valley, and we refer to the LA Orange County area as the land of the granola land of nuts and fruits and flakes.
It is.
And that's always. I mean, I contemplated moving to LA for about 30 seconds, and then was down there and was like, oh wait, no. I mean, seriously, no. But then I have one of these SJW types telling me that, because I'm like, as feminists, or, if you claim to be a feminist, there's bigger misogyny in the world. I just want to point out, hey, there's an entire, region of our, in the world that oppresses women like nobody's business. And I got told that that's irrelevant, and almost fell out of my chair. I'm like,
you shouldn't touch the poop, but...
Yeah, no, I enjoy it. That I'm like, okay, well, video game characters.
I do myself, right? I do myself, but it's only because whenever I'm getting to the point where I find myself forgetting just how crazy they are, and then I think, well, they can't really be that bad, and then I talk to them, and then they confirm exactly what I remember thinking. Sorry, yeah, go on.
No, and that's very true. And I came to Gamergate not as being a gamer, but as like kind of watching the like social constructs and just the creation of it. I have to say, like, gamers, like, I give gamers massive props for the fact that you put this together. Like, as someone who more or less used to self-identify as a libertarian in the United States, like this has been going on for a while, and it's kind of nice to watch like a group of consumers actually come up and say, no, this is not going to work for us. And like Sargon, you've been a voice that I've heard a lot about and kind of listened to your stream. I'm still not. YouTube was never something I utilized very often before this. Now apparently it's my best friend, and I'm considering putting together a few little videos about Anita. Like the tropes versus women stuff is just. Does anybody not understand the difference between a character like and a real person? Did I miss that day? And
I love the puritanical nature of it, though. It's just like, sorry, did you just portray a woman in a less than perfect light? That's not acceptable. Look at that representation of women, and it's like, hang on, wait, that's not like Margaret Thatcher or the Queen or any. That's just a single one woman who has obviously made bad choices with her life. It's not all women, you psychos. And it's weird, isn't it?
Well, and even more than that, like particularly with the characters, I remember distinctly it was the Mad Pixie love interest one. I think people have seen that one, like the Manic Pixie Dream Girl. There you go. And so I watched this, and at first I'm like, okay, watching it, and then I'm watching the characters that she's bringing up, and I'm like, I kind of identify with her. Like, I could be a manic pixie dream girl. Like, I like the idea, like helping helping other people out on their entire little path of whatever crazy they decide they want to go to, and then, going our separate ways and doing our own things. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm like a trope or somebody who doesn't have like interest outside of that one specific, and in her example is usually a man. But I do like, to boil people down and to boil ideas down into this very black-white thinking is, first of all, very bipolar. Makes me want to medicate most of the SJW crowd. Heavily. But it's also kind of like scary, like in the cultural sense, to think that people really do believe that art needs to be policed to this extent. Like writers can't write, a manic pixie dream girl character without being attacked for it. Or, well, does somebody know the name of that test that they do that has to do with like the amount of times a woman talks in a script compared to? Is that what that? Yeah, that entire thing I find to be one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Well, and the fact that even like if you watch network television here in the United States, particularly the new episodes of say like Scandal or stuff like that, things that I've watched on and off for years, like it's almost as though these people have really gotten into it already, because the scripts and the way they're written, I mean, Scandal particularly, like she's gone off on a couple of diatribes in almost each episode about like, if Abby was a man, or if she was a man, you'd call her brave, not a bitch. And all of these like diatribes about this that I'm kind of like, was that necessary? So I don't know. I need to riff about it with somebody who might actually understand my plight.
Well, what's your Twitter address? I'm sure there's someone out there who completely understands, and they're just like, oh, Sargon, you're just not getting it.
My Twitter address is Laurel D Lieb, Lieb, and I mean that's my name also. So
cool.
You can find me everywhere.
Yeah. I imagine if you tweet under hashtag #OpsSkynet, someone will see it and.
Yeah, I'll definitely send out a tweet right now. I'm on OpsSkynet as well, so if you guys all want to follow me, I'm here. And, cool. I enjoy a good conversation, so tweet stuff at me.
Get in.
All right.
Cool.
Awesome,
just to say, Kevs, there's a guy in the chat called Andrew Cannon, and I've seen him say a few times that he'd like to come on.
I'm not getting any of his messages. I literally don't know. I've seen it too. I've been trying to have a look.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, man. Wasn't trying to doubt you.
No, it's fine. I can't find him. I don't know where he's messaging, but it's into the ether at the moment. So let me just.
Email address, Andrew.
I just added him on Google Plus, and I don't know where his Twitter is, but if he gets a hold of me on Google Plus, I can try to get him in contact into here. Is that what you'd like me to do?
Yeah. Because I can't actually get hold of him at the moment.
Okay.
So.
I have now followed you.
Sorry?
Oh, I have now followed this person who was trying to reach out to you.
Right. Okay. Who was next?
Next was Frederick.
Frederick, how's it going?
Hello again. Hi.
Yes,
How are you guys?
I recognize you as well. Very good.
I'm great. My first point is that at the moment I understand this isn't like some massive academic work or anything. It's just a bit of a piss about really. But I'm doing my A-level history coursework at the moment on China. Right? Hello?
Yeah. Sorry, I was listening.
Alright, yeah, I'm doing my A-level history coursework. A-level is just before university, so just before college or whatever. Anyway, so I was told by my teacher that in order to do social history, you need to do women, education, and religion. Now, I love religion. Religion's a lot of fun, even if it is a bit crazy at times. Education also is good. But women drive me mad, because the thing is that the textbook, the Michael Lynch textbook for China, treats women as this big homogenous blob. And I think that's the problem with social justice as well, is that they try and treat women as a homogenous blob, which is, I don't know, in my opinion, not really very favourable, because, there's 3.5 billion women on this earth, and not saying every single one of them hates this, and I'm right.
Well, that's a really great point. I've actually been trying to make the distinction when I'm addressing people about this specifically, of saying, look, women is a demographic. It's not a group. A group implies organisation and purpose.
Yeah,
but a demographic is people who share a characteristic.
Yeah, a modern day link I would think that would be perfect for this is that in America you have women who are pro-abortion and women who are anti-abortion. Are you saying every single woman's anti-abortion and every single woman's pro-abortion? Well, you can't say that because, as you can see, there's women on both sides of the debate.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the problem. They've got this habit of, and I think that is actually where they get a lot of their legitimacy from, is the fact that they're prepared to do that. It's ballsy, you can't fault them for bravery, because I personally wouldn't be like, look, men want this, because a bunch of guys would be like, no, mate, you're talking shit, I don't want that, So the fact that they've got the balls to do it, I'm quite impressed, but.
My second point is about The Guardian, which is, I know, your favourite newspaper in the world at the moment.
They suck.
Well, to be honest, at the moment I read The Eye and The Morning Star printed by the Communist Party, and I'm very far left-leaning. I don't read The Guardian because I find it a bit funny, the fact that they're famous columnists, like the ones like David Mitchell and Owen Jones and so on. They're famous, ones whose job it is to go out and find work and stuff, and they just do the Guardian column as like a side project. Often have their columns way more researched and way more factual than the people whose job it is to sit around, drink tea, and then write a column once a week.
So, yeah, sorry, no, I really shouldn't just sit there and say the Guardian's awful, but.
No, I'm not saying you're saying that, but I just find it funny because
It's hard not to say.
No, but as a lefty, as an activist and so on, it's like you see sort of it's like you're the paper that is, you're the mainstream paper that's meant to represent us, and then instead of going, all right, we need some people with, decent, thought-out viewpoints who go really in depth with their columns, we'll bring in as many brain-dead people who shout feminism loudest in the interview, and hopefully they'll do good. And then you're Valenti, whose recent column was about.
I can't believe she has a job. I just cannot believe she has a job.
Right. But I don't want to spend too much time on The Guardian because that's just, I don't know. I don't know. It's good reporting when it does reporting, but when it deviates from fact, it often goes down the wrong road.
Yeah.
Next point though, IGN reviews. IGN reviews, something I've noticed with them is that they will always try and pander to the biggest audience. Like, something I noticed, like, because I was 13 and I was an idiot and it was console wars. It was like, yeah, the PS3's better. Oh no, the Xbox 360's better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The thing is that people always try and justify a purchase. People always try and say this wasn't a waste of money or whatever. Like, even if they're wrong, they will always try and justify the purchase.
Yeah, I think so.
The thing is that the IGN reviews and all the reviews come out on the day it comes out, and the problem is people have already bought the games by the time they see the review, and then they just want justification. So IGN will always say, yeah, the new Call of Duty, which you just spent £60 on the special edition that's a great game, you'll love it. And then when the game isn't going to be held to the standard of it must be great because I bought it, then they're actually more honest, and then slightly more honest.
Yeah, it's basically just creating a little echo chamber, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I don't know. It's just like they want to get more people coming to their website, and that the easiest way to do that is to tell people what they are thinking.
Yeah, exactly. They just come there to get their confirmation bias from you. I
don't know. Next thing though is I think something that you've almost certainly noticed, and I think quite a lot of other people in Britain would have noticed the I can't even pronounce her name. Gloria Del Perro, is it? The feminist who demanded Jane Austen be on the £10 note.
Well, I don't know. I didn't hear about that.
I think it was Gloria Del Perro. Anyway, this is a feminist who basically said, "Look, there's no women on money, therefore we must have a woman on notes." And the thing is, I was like, "Oh yeah, that's women on notes. That makes sense. Women make up the population. How about we have someone on there like Helen Bamber, an unsung hero who helped, survivors of great ordeals and so on, and was a great influence to the world? No, let's have Jane Austen, who wrote smut novels. All right?
Yeah.
You could do that as well.
Aside from the fact there's a woman on every single one of our items of currency, but yeah, okay, you want someone else who isn't the Queen, I guess. I can understand.
I know. Well, basically, the point from that is that, I think I was a bit surprised you haven't noticed it actually. Was the fact that she had some Twitter trolls, and some of them were very awful and brutal and so on. And I admit that because they were doing threats and so on, and they were arrested and so on. But the thing was that, after she had dealt with them, lots of her her middlemen, if you know what I mean, demanded that Twitter add in moderation and stop harassment and women and so on. And I think that's where the WAM, the Women in Media group came from.
Really?
I actually think I don't know how true this is, but the fact is that if you watch British media, if you read the Daily Mirror was a very big champion of this and so on, they would have some person every now and then coming on the media going, I got bullied on Twitter, pay attention to me, not those children dying in Gaza, pay attention to me.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the reasons why they did it, because they were getting such flack by the BBC and a few newspapers over here. They just decided we better do this, otherwise, David Cameron might decide to, censor us.
Yeah, well, he might, but yeah, it's the thing is, there's very little you can do about it as well, because they seem to be very, very capable of getting on mainstream news, don't they?
I don't know. I'd love to find Anif Sarkeesian's press guy, because if I wanted to, sell yogurt or something completely meaningless, I'll just tell him, and I'll be on, News at 10 with Trevor McDonald and so on.
Yeah, I don't know how they manage it though. I really don't. It's just this is sudden, Anif Sarkeesian can seem to get anywhere she wants. It's kind of scary.
I think it's actually if we draw on. I read an article in the Morning Star about what's it name? Just fashion show politics, and it was talking about the whole debacle of people wearing Fawcett Society T-shirts that are made in sweatshops and so on. And what it's basically saying is that politics now in the modern day is just showing hey, we approve of this thing, even if we don't actually follow it through in practice. We approve of this thing, and so the BBC, which is saying, oh yeah, we approve of this thing. Look at us, we have feminists on, while also kicking off women when they get to the age of 50.
Yeah.
I think that's just that part of their fashion show, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I tell you, the phenomenal irony of them making those T-shirts where women pay get paid 62p to make them per day. It's just like, ouch. Surely that must have hurt them in the fucking brain, you know?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, there must have been a lot of like people at the Fawcett Society going, "How the hell didn't we know this?"
Yeah, exactly. There must have been real sort of. I don't even. Did they even address it? You know, I've not seen any sort of. You know.
They came out and they vehemently denied any knowledge of this, and they said they were going to do an investigation. But as we've seen from like FIFA and the Conservative Party with their child abuse scandals, an investigation can mean literally not doing anything to doing something, but trying to derail it in as many ways possible.
Yeah, I imagine nothing will come of it.
I don't know. I think they're just trying to avoid it. And
Yeah.
I don't know. My final point before I go, because I know I am heading on a bit, but my final point is it's about the internet. Is that I think it's sort of it's the internet suffering at the moment from what the media suffers from and so on, and that is when people still go back to something even when it's not good anymore. If you know what I mean.
Sorry, you kind of cut out there for me. Can you say that last bit again there, please?
When the people trust like a brand or a product and whatever, and they'll keep going back to it even if it starts to lose quality and lose,
Yeah.
Something. I think that, like for example, like Rooster Teeth, I'm not going to stand here and slag them off because it's completely subjective, but some people still love them and whatever. But I think it's like people start to build up a trust with them and start to go, yeah, this is good content. And then when they start pumping out the generic, boring, this is what this is why we came on the internet in the first place stuff, then that's when you see a problem. But the thing is, no one's actually going to stop watching them because they're Rooster Teeth, for Christ's sake. And
yeah, there's a lot of brand loyalty in people in general, isn't there?
But no, I think in the internet, like if you look at with the internet beforehand in the mid to late 2000s, it was very much a free market situation where if you didn't like something, you would then switch brands or just unsubscribe from them and move on with your life. One good video they had and then just never subscribe to them. Nowadays, it's not like that. It's more, yeah.
Yeah, it's more take to Twitter, isn't it?
I don't know.
Right, we need to just move on. So we've got a bit of a backlog.
Right. I'll just finish on one point. By the way, so was that your real address? That thing you got sent in the post today?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Yeah. You live literally just up the road from me. I live in Hampshire, so.
All right. Well, don't come and stalk me.
If you see Game of Thrones spoilers outside your window at night, then you know who it is.
Oh, you son of a! If you dare. I know you live in Hampshire, man. I've got a lot of time on my hands, all right? I haven't read
Heard it here, folks.
so
We'll travel.
But yeah, man. If I ever find myself in Hampshire, I'll give you a shout. What's your Twitter name? I'll follow you.
King Frederick.
King Frederick.
You might
well,
at King Frederick. It's got a big logo for the Union IWW at the moment.
Is there an underscore there, or?
Literally just King Frederick. It's spelled the Danish way, Fredderik.
Okay, yeah, no, I found you, I think.
Anyway, I'll get going now, so I'll see you.
Yeah, cool. Take it easy, man.
Bye.
Bye. Who was the next guy? Do you want to...
I believe it was Michael, Carl, and then Galactic, and then I think it's moving in that order, basically.
Okay, well, I'll be back in 2 seconds because I need tea.
Okay, then. So, Michael, you're up next.
So, I wonder if that's me. Well, I wanted to go on another Google Plus account, but Google wouldn't let me, so...
It's okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just basically wanted to thank you for being here. Just wanted to say sorry because I'm German and I have quite an accent, but I hope I can get my message across. So, yeah, I wanted to give my fair point of view on these events because, well, first of all, there's also a big scene of gaming journalism here in Germany, of course. But the thing is, these things are not done by professional journalists. They're actually admitting that they're just guys who love doing that stuff, and that they have actually not any journalistic degree. And this is why I love certain gaming sites like Game One, for example, where those guys, they completely admit they've just chosen gaming journalism because it was their only thing, it was their passion, and they're not taking the moral high ground like, for example, Lee Outsander does, which, oh my god, it's pissing me off so completely. I'm sorry. So
well, there is that. It's okay. There is that. They keep on changing. Again, keep on moving the goalposts between whether they're bloggers or journalists. You know, whenever they actually get called out on their shit. So
yeah,
it seems to be a common trait.
Yeah, and another thing that bothered me is like they're pushing this narrative that we're all like white cis male gamers and stuff, and that we're just like basement dwelling weebos, and I don't even know what a weebo is, to be honest. And
I'm sure someone could explain to you in the chat, because I think there might be a few in here.
Yeah, and this just pisses me off because I'm actually studying medicine right now, and I really worked really hard, and the only thing that kind of kept me going was like playing video games and being online with friends and talking with them, because at school we didn't have the time. And I'm really happy to study medicine now, and like getting denied this fact that you can work for something, you can be successful and play video games at the same time is bothering me so much. It's unbelievable. It's like a paradoxon. People can play video games and be successful. It's not that hard to accept, actually, but it doesn't fit their narrative. So, yeah.
No, I can see. I mean, the fact that you actually, sorry, what year are you in actually with the studies at the moment?
I just got started, to be honest, so I don't really have a medical viewpoint like our doctor guy just had, but it's interesting because one of the first lectures you get is gender medicine. Like the second day or so, you get in, and it's like this big PowerPoint presentation, like clinical aspects of gender medicine. And I was thinking to myself, oh boy, this is gonna be good. And actually, it was pretty nice because it just took a clinical aspect, and I have the PowerPoint right here, and basically it just says that certain genders, well, certain genders, there's two genders, are more prone to have certain diseases. Like, for example, let me search for something. Yeah, it's actually that it's actually scientifically proven that women suffer from more depression in before the menopause or something like that, and that men are actually more prone to certain cardiovascular diseases and stuff. And it's actually clinically proven, and nobody doubted that. But if you start spewing shit like, I really don't want to touch the poop on Inigo Sarkeesian, but that toxic masculinity ideas are the reason that most shooters at most shootings are done by male, it's completely ridiculous. There's absolutely no scientific or academic facts to back this up, and that people actually consider her an academic is totally mind-baffling to me.
Oh yeah, in the first place. I mean, well, it was quite funny. I never followed this up, but apparently the wiki page was edited after she made that announcement. I'm not sure if it was like a couple of hours or this is somebody mentioned it to me, so I didn't verify it myself because it was too late at that point. But somebody had edited the wiki article which showed apparently female shooters of mass murderers and things like that. That got edited out of the wiki page. I don't know if that's true. Someone needs to verify that because somebody just mentioned it in passing. But it shows how the great lengths that they're trying to rewrite the narrative. They're trying to rewrite history with regards to a lot of things. So
yeah. At this point, it's not anymore that the winners write history, it's those that are fast enough on the internet that write history, actually.
It's...
No, I think that's a really true statement.
Yeah.
Speed of the narrative construction. That's why they're so concerned about the narrative. I'm really looking forward to... what was that guy who does the box sock puppet? I think he
Pretentious Twat 101? I can't remember.
Right?
Yeah.
He tweeted me saying that his next one is about toxic masculinity and positive masculinity. I am really looking forward to that.
Rev up those engines.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a good one.
Well, and yeah, what I was saying that have you seen the video about that guy with the like feminism in cereal ads and something like that? It was hilarious. Oh my god, it was so good. It was so accurate. Like it totally was on point because he actually has the same academic value as Anisha Sarkeesian. To be honest, like I didn't really see the difference of their claims.
There's none. It's literally the same claim just for cereal rather than video games.
Yeah, it's
same claim, you know.
It's insane, and actually that she's getting also political, like that she's getting pushed by the media like MSNBC and stuff. It's something like that. I didn't imagine something like that could happen in actual country. Like here in Germany, I don't want to install America, by the way. I'm America 100%. Please don't bomb us again.
Nah,
Please don't trust in us again.
Yeah, and actually in Germany there was a recent debate that we have a party that's called the Greens, like the Green people.
Yeah.
Our parties are like sometimes named after colors. Yeah, it's questionable. That they're also like very liberal, and there was not an agenda but a plan to have like income splitting of married people. Like married people could split their income and like save taxes and stuff. And those green guys, they were actually supported by feminists, and they were also part of the middle, like of the moderate people. And they actually said we don't need your feminism in our politics, and basically alienated the feminists from this whole agenda thing, so they could keep the moderates alive. And yeah, they made even a post like on their in their headquarters when they were like voting for this. There was a big oh my god, English. It was like a big post like who needs feminism? It was everywhere. Who needs feminism? Who needs feminism? Like they actually alienated the feminists from all this thing, and nobody gave a shit because here feminists are really like second wave and first wave feminists. They've already gone to the like third world countries, if that's actually a term that's still used. And those radical feminists, nobody actually gives a shit about them because nobody wants to give them an actual platform, because the moderates are just getting scared and taking their vote to some other party. And that these radical, I dare to call them cultural Marxists, are getting so much space, especially in the Bay Area culture, is completely insane. And I think the reason for that is because there's no such thing as a really moderate part or really middle part between the Democrats and Republicans that could scare away such feminists. Because if we would have a moderate part or a moderate third party, which I'm pretty sure there is, I don't really know the American political system.
I don't know about America either, man.
Yeah.
I do.
That if there would be more moderate people, more politicians would be getting scared to give a platform to those feminists, and it's. I think I lost my point actually, Dan.
It's right. No, I know what you mean. If there was like a more moderate centre of the road party, they'd probably grow a lot faster than the Democrats or the Republicans. You know, they'd probably outshadow them both, just because they'd suck up all the moderates from either one, because they were just, you know, if they just ran on a platform of we're not completely right, but then neither is anyone else, you know, yeah. I would vote for them. You know? Well, I probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
I could see that being a lot more, you know, popular, because I've like heard breakdowns of US politics where they've said basically it's about 30% either way. So you've got like 30% Republican, 30% Democrat, and then 30% swing voters. And these are the people who are in the middle who are just like, don't know, it depends. You know, it depends on context, you know. So they're the people whose minds could actually be swayed. If you created a party really kind of for them, where you're like, well, it don't know what we're going to do. It depends on the issue we're talking about, you know, but we're going to try to find something fairly reasonable. You know, I don't know how that do, but I would have thought that would have been more appealing than what's already there. But I'm waffling at it.
Yeah,
okay,
I totally agree.
We need to just move on, unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. Thanks, Michael, for coming on. And next up's Carl.
Hello.
Hi there. I'm can basically introduce myself real quick. My name is Carl. Obviously, I'm 27 from Oslo, Norway. I kind of got involved in all of this by, not because of the Zoe Quinn thingy, but because of the articles that was posted by the gaming press. And I've been on other streams on YouTube, and last one I was yesterday when I was on a stream. We were talking about the Geordie Tate rant, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
I call it psychotic ramblings, but
Yeah.
And we at that stream we actually discussed it a lot, and we actually got it on Twitter, and we also started talking about his response the day after. That was yesterday. His response to Gamergate, which was just even more psychotic ramblings. But what I wanted to talk about right now was an article that I read. A friend of mine in Sweden actually linked me this article, and I thought it was very interesting when it comes to the topic of feminism and gender equality in particular. I mean, to show how some industries are in the video game industry are reacting to these events. One thing that I don't know how I feel about it, but it was an article that says that future video games produced in Sweden could be labeled according to whether or not they promote gender equality as part of a new project by the Gaming Industry Trade Organization. And what this essentially means, what they are trying to do here, I'm not sure what they want to accomplish with this, but here's the statement: avoiding sexism and gender stereotypes in video games produced in Sweden will become a key goal for the association, which has been given $36,000 grant by the Swedish Government Innovation Agency. And the whole thing is basically inspired by the the infamous Bechdel test.
Yeah.
So so I'm not really sure how legit this is, because even Swedes are talking about the reliability of this test. So yeah, that
Christ.
yeah, I'll link the article in the group chat here. So if you want to take a look at it, it's really it's a lot bigger than what I just read, but it really says something that. So
Oh God, it's Sweden. Fucking Sweden.
it's in English, so it's
oh
not.
no, I'm just saying Sweden got an irrational hatred of an entire country. Sorry. It's mainly due to flat pack furniture. So.
IKEA.
Yeah.
No.
IKEA literally worse than Satan. Seriously.
Well, I basically, I've been in, I got involved in this, in the whole Gamergate thing, and I've been looking at a few points and counter arguments from anti-GG. I mean, I try to listen to everybody. As long as they're not on psychotic tangents, I will listen to what they have to say. That's my view. I don't care if you're pro-GG or anti-GG. If you have rational points that you want to make, I will listen to you. But when people like Geordie Tate goes out on rants like that and basically says that he wants every gamer to be gassed, that is crossing a line, I feel. And there was even a Twitter argument between him and Arthur Chu yesterday, which I felt was kind of hilarious to look at.
I actually missed that. What was the what was the exchange?
Well, Arthur essentially said that, okay, he eventually tweeted out to Georgie that talking about gassing people is crossing the line. And then there was this whole exchange where you could see at Arthur's tweets that he was kind of uncomfortable with with a lot of the language that Georgie used. But the crazy part of this is that even after that exchange, Arthur basically, oh, I agree with your basic premise. So it was
just that he felt that it was committing a mistake. Do you think?
Yeah, I think that he felt that he probably went a little too far on his rhetoric, and a lot of people really tried to distance themselves from his particular post, not Arthur's but Geordie's post. So I think I mean I haven't heard any anti-GG people who have been who have tried to defend him in any sane, rational way. It's basically some people said that this was a little too far, and he was very careful in the way he worded himself. He didn't mention some of the more. He said "fuck minorities." I mean, he didn't. If he had said blacks, that would have been like incredibly controversial, and he could have gotten a lot of flack for that one. But he used the word minorities, which I felt was kind of interesting.
It is. But yeah, it's been a strange day, really, hasn't it? All around. Honestly, I'm kind of finding it hard to keep up with a lot of the things that they're saying. Sorry, I completely lost thread of what was going on there.
Yeah, I mean,
It's okay. It's been a bloody long day.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to say also that there are a lot of interesting people out there who are doing their own streams and having open house, especially the guys at Gamergate's streams. They are currently having streams, I think, every day now, where they basically are inviting everybody who wants to talk. And they've been doing a lot of great things as well. Raising money for awareness of people who are disabled and want to play games. Raising awareness for that kind of thing. And they've been doing a lot of good things. And
so people can search for them.
The guy who is heading the stream, he goes by the Twitter handle. Let me see if I can find it. He goes by the Twitter handle at Shrekbane, SHREK Bane.
Okay.
He's from Germany, a very great guy. I've been talking to him and his guys for quite a while. We were the guys who basically started retweeting the Georgie Tate thing yesterday, and I did not predict how that would explode on Twitter. You had Milo Yiannopoulos, and everybody started talking about him. So it really did explode. I didn't expect that kind of reaction from it.
No. Yeah. Sorry.
And the interesting thing was that when I actually saw the craziest hashtag connected to Georgie Tate last night. I don't think it's been used a lot because it's really out there, but I just had to chuckle. The crazy hashtag that somebody tried to connect with Georgie Tate was Nazi oven.
That's pretty funny. I don't think people should tweet him or anything. I think that really he needs sympathy.
Yeah, I tried tweeting him, but you know what? I said fuck it. I gave up. I basically deleted my tweet and said, you know what, this guy is not worth it because he's not going to listen to reason. He seems to have he made up his mind and he stands by everything. He just tweeted out, a couple of hours ago that he stands by what he had said and that we were the disrespectful ones who felt insulted for him using the Holocaust and all these kinds of things.
I just have to say that the chat today, you really held back, so I wouldn't take any of that shit. You guys actually managed to keep your calm, which I expected you to be fucking flinging pasta left, right, and fucking centre until the entire room was just a spaghetti fortress. Hold on, I have to say, I tip my fedora to that chat.
Yeah.
I must say, L'chaim.
Right.
It has been a crazy few months since this whole thing started, and I'm really I'm a NeoGAF user. I will, for obvious reasons, not mention my username on NeoGAF. I'm sure you can understand why that is.
Yeah.
And because I've been looking at the Gamergate thread currently in NeoGAF. There's no mention of the ramblings of anti-GG people. It's all that we are the evil ones. It's such an echo chamber in there now. And one guy actually pointed that out in NeoGAF. He said this is like an echo chamber here now, and he got banned just as Boogie was.
That guy literally said the same thing in that chat, didn't he? He said when I was telling about the historical stuff, he was like, "Well, I believe the things that support what I believe, or something. I agree with the things that support what I believe." And I'm just like, but that you can't do that. That's not how it works. I don't know.
I'm stay. Oh, you want to move on? Yeah, sorry.
Unfortunately, Carl, we got to move this train along.
Oh,
It's got no
sorry.
brakes. So,
Well, yeah.
Hello?
Oh,
Thanks for coming on, though.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. See ya, guys.
Take care, man.
thanks. Galactic, you are next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. Sorry about that. I pulled a Sargon and it dropped my call at like the wrong moment. I guess I have a few things to say. The first thing that I wanted to say was that I'm super proud of everyone who participates in Gamergate and that it has actually gotten me back into gaming. I was pretty casual for a long time. I've been gaming since I was a child, but you know, it was something like a kind of a Leigh Alexander situation where I was always watching my older brother's game, and it was very difficult to get my turn on the console, though I would sometimes get a chance to play. I love video games and internet culture. Excuse me. And yeah, I think that Gamergate's really amazing. I've been really getting back into it and doing some like serious campaigning gaming, and it's basically all because of this whole fiasco. So I guess I wanted to thank everyone for raising awareness about this, because it is having a positive effect, even though, you know, people touch the poop all the time. I think it's important to remember that like this is reinforcing for a lot of people what gaming means to them and why it's important.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I kind of had a falling out with social justice and about a year and a half ago. I know, Sargon, I spoke to you about this on Twitter, where my handle is Trollicorn.
Yeah,
and yeah, I used to roll with these people that were very progressive, and that we had this, you know, real circle jerky thing going on, and I thought that I was, you know, doing the right thing and being super progressive and out there, and you know, a very staunch, proud feminist. And I kind of started to run into some, you know, I had some people who caused cognitive dissonance for me, that I started to dig a little deeper into what it meant to me to be a feminist. And when I started airing those issues, or even suggesting that, like, oh hey, this MRA thing here is kind of brings up an interesting point, like even just questioning it, I got I basically was excommunicated and shunned from an entire circle of internet friends, and it turned into this whole big stupid drama on Facebook. And yeah, and it's sorry, go ahead.
This one person has a point.
Yeah, you know, and that if you're even, it's a poisoning of the well sort of situation, where you can't even bring up the fact that this person made a good point because they subscribe to XYZ.
Yeah.
You know, they're the enemy kind of thing, which is really stupid. But I kind of had a bit of a midlife crisis when that happened. Had to question a lot of things that I previously had considered to be true, and realized that I was very misanthropic for a while, and it was really depressing. But I've bounced back since then, and found my voice again. And Gamergate also has helped me in that sense to give, you know, give less fucks, excuse my language, about what other people might think about what I have to say, and to just say it because that's what I should do, because my voice matters.
Yes.
So yeah, that's a big part of the reason why I got into Gamergate, even though I am really involved in internet culture and interested in video games. It was more along the lines of just really being sick of people silencing me for not towing the party line, for having, you know, being a sock puppet, which a lot of those things that people are being accused of, that women are being accused of in Gamergate, I've already experienced that, like in this other situation. Like, it's just a reiteration of the same thing again, a lot of the same tactics that just get regurgitated over and over again.
They seem to have a very, very limited but very effective sort of tactical toolbox.
Yeah. Shame, excommunicate, shun. Those seem to be some of the main tactics. But once you do that to someone and it works, then it's in a weird way you've liberated them, because now why would they care? You know. But I guess it's more of like a mean girl situation where, on Wednesdays we wear pink and you can't sit with us because you're not wearing pink.
Well, that thing is because they keep using it, and they keep using it on different groups of people, they've just like created a really sort of deep undercurrent of just dislike for themselves among a lot of various places. I really think that Gamergate is one of those sort of, there are a lot of people who are looking at Gamergate going, thank fuck someone's doing something about these bastards,
Right. And I firmly believe in speaking up for the lurkers. Like I post, and on Facebook I post provocative content and I give no shits, and I do it for the lurkers because I'm sick of seeing my friends and other people that I know being afraid to say things because they're going to get bullied, and I'm not afraid of that shit anymore. So I'm gonna speak up for myself and hopefully for other people who might be too chicken shit to do that. No offense.
Good on you, seriously. I totally agree. I do exactly the same thing, and I always know which friends are gonna like what I've said as well.
Yeah, and there's always the predictable responses from certain people, which is generally amusing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did want to bring up one specific thing about some things that people have been saying on both sides of the fence about using the fallacy of relative privation, and I don't know if everyone's familiar with that, but it's the David Pakman posted his opinion piece about what he thinks of Gamergate, and he's saying, oh, there's like all of these other issues that are more important. And Gamergate's just like, you guys are just taking this way too seriously. And Jordy Tate did this really weird mental well, more than one, but this one particularly weird mental gymnastics thing where he was like, you all deserve to die. And then he did this weird backtrack where he was like, where he said, yeah, like there's way more out there, like women's rights to their bodies and blah blah blah, and he listed all these other things that are more important about than gaming and in ethics in gaming journalism. And it seemed very bizarre to me that he would equate thinking it's okay to kill people because they're passionate about things that, like, there's other things that are more important. That was really
You're passionate about something trivial. You need to be executed.
Like, words, what do they mean? Like, it's really strange. But I have a little bit of trouble with this particular fallacy, and I see people, anti-feminists, also using it against feminists when they say things like, oh, well, the real patriarchy is in the third world, and you being concerned about the wage gap isn't the real issue. You should be concerned about this over here. And while I agree with that, I feel like that's a bit contentious, and that's a little bit, I hate to use this word, but problematic. And all of the buzzwords. So yeah, I guess I have a little bit of difficulty with people saying that Gamergate isn't the most important thing, and that they're just kind of brushing it underneath the rug, as if people aren't allowed to be passionate about it. And I feel like the correct response when people say that is that this is a place where people feel they actually have a chance to effectively speak truth to power. Where they can effectively make a change. There's a lot of other issues where people don't feel like they have the ability to, significantly make a difference when it comes to, whatever, abortion rights or all these other things. Like, they don't really feel like their hands are tied. They don't really have a chance, or they don't know what to do. What can they do to make this better? And in Gamergate, it seems like people have finally found something that they feel like, yes, like, we can band together. We can make a difference. We can effectively speak truth to power and cause change, and make friends and do all of these great things through this. I think it's important for people to remember that. Just if someone's telling you that this is important, or you're stupid for caring about this, or who gives a shit about ethics in gaming journalism, it's not their place to tell someone how and when and where and why they can speak truth to power. So I kind of wanted to say that. I feel like that's a really demoralizing message that's getting sent around, and I don't want people to fall for it.
I hope it's not journalists saying that. I swear to God, if it's the game journalists going, well, who gives a fuck about game journalism? I'm like, well, shit, man, I think you may have just taught yourself out of a job. You know, if your job isn't important, why are you doing it? Why is anyone paying attention to you? It does. Why would anyone bother if you're like, well, games journalism done? It's bullshit, isn't it? Like, well, why? You're a journalist, aren't you? You know, that seems like the most suicidal career move I can imagine.
Yeah, and yeah, it's very very strange to me. I don't know. Anyways, I don't know if anyone else has noticed that, but I do definitely see it around, especially with David Pakman's video, and that kind of pissed me off that that's something that people keep on saying. And even my partner said that to me, like, who gives a shit about this? And it's like, well, you should give a shit. We should all give a shit about this. Like, we should give a shit about a lot of things, and it's no one's place to say what you want to give a shit about.
Definitely. Well said.
Anyways, that's basically all I have to say, and I'm going to go back to work because I'm hiding in a conference room right now.
Thanks for coming on. Take care.
Yeah, excellent. Be excellent to each other. Bye.
Who's next? Has Curbs.
Next is, Distance.
Distance, hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How's it going?
Hey. Yeah, not too bad. How are you?
Very well, thanks.
That's the best Amazon package opening I've seen in years. I fully expected a sick joke, I have to admit, where you pretended to be blown up, and I couldn't help it.
No, I didn't know it wasn't a bomb.
I don't know. I know it would be overly dramatic, but if it had happened to me, which I'll explain in a minute for various serious reasons I cannot allow to happen, I would have just phoned the police and recorded everything and asked them to take it ultimately seriously, just to get it into the news, just to make even more noise. But then the kind of person who would do that sort of thing. Hi, I can't give anyone my real name the minute, which is a thing, but I'm Distance Left. I make music and mixtapes, and I'll plug the mix I made for Gamergate, because everyone gave me loads and loads and loads of wonderful tweets about music I'd never listened to, because I've been out of gaming for a few years, and I've stopped with the last really decent Final Fantasy about 13, because I had to take uni seriously, so yeah, that had to go. But I've been involved in pretty far-left politics before, just like the previous A-level guy. I used to read all the sort of Socialist Worker and whatnot. They're basically Scientologists for politics. I've got no better way of describing them. I don't want to be rude, I don't want to be personal, but they seem pretty much like Scientologists in politics. You'll get no sense out of even the sane ones after a while until people have been sort of like deconverted or deprogrammed, or whatever it is. It took me a while to notice how nuts it was when I was in sort of LGBT groups when I was in uni. It was quite surreal just how much of a hive mind you developed. I mean, if you so much as, I don't know, it got as silly as wore different t-shirts or didn't like certain kinds of music. It was the ultimate teenage cliques. It was quite bizarre. And I can't hear you anymore, Sargon, so as far as I'm concerned, I'm talking to everyone.
No, you're talking to... Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, Sargon's unfortunately not.
Yeah, that's alright.
Hello?
Hello? Yep. I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, it's just you might be on a bit of delay.
That's fair enough. I can cope with a bit of delay. Oh, he's come back. Yeah, it's quite strange. Anyone who's not from Britain, there's a big festival for this sort of very far left politics called the Tolpuddle Martyrs Festival. Now, I nominally went there for the music one year, and Tony Benn spoke. Now, I won't have anything bad said about Tony Benn as a human being. Yeah, you can call him a champagne socialist, but as far as I'm concerned, anyone who's a millionaire who espouses anything that sounds like small s UK socialism, i.e. the NHS for any Americans out there. We don't have killing lists. You know, it's actually a very good service that's now being sold off by our current terrible private right-wing obsessed Thatcher on crack government, which I didn't vote for. I'll make that plainly clear, so I can't be, you know, declared a class traitor later on. You know. But there were lots and lots of people there, from anarchists to communists to just, you know, I kind of vote for Labour and don't really give a damn. But it was quite funny. The communist kind of Fawcett-y Fabian people, and I don't know how much you know about the Fabian Society, but they're real, and they run the LSE, and they run half of our government. And they really do. I know I'm going to sound like a full-on tinfoil hat wearer here, but I mean, basically,
I'm good with tinfoil.
Harriet Harman is the best piece of evidence we have for this. The fact that Harriet Harman, after she wrote the family policy document in the middle of the New Labour government that basically says all families are bad. Well, it's not quite that blunt, but it's pretty stupid. It says all families are the result of all evil in society except for men because they're far worse, because oppression Olympics, because feminism, because patriarchy, and the wonderful circular loop of lunacy just goes around. You know, it must be patriarchy because it's... I've lost personal friends over this, because when I first started noticing how nonsense at school this was, I have a friend of mine who used to play guitar and flute and be in bands together, and even play tabletop games when we were at uni. She won't talk to me about this issue at all. If I mention it, it's like being blocked on Twitter. I mean, share anything else about life. She's been to hospital, she's not doing so well, happy birthday texts, everything. But no, the moment it's about feminism, in inverted commas, oh no, I won't talk to you about this because I disagree. When I disagree with something, I don't just say, I'm not quite sure. I'll go home, I'll read all the books, I'll sit on the internet for a few hours and go, oh, that's why I don't agree, because this is wrong, that theory was wrong, that person at that time. They said that, and it was wrong because this. But it's my fault for doing science, I suppose.
Yeah.
Which is another thing that really, really annoys me about this. It's just one of my biggest bugbears. They're anti-science. That really scares me. We live in a technological society, and we have this increasing number of people who either don't believe in science or don't think it works. Yeah, creationist Scientologists, any group of crazy. It's just the same. It's the same crazy, and it always results in the same thing. A few people who are mentally ill are attracted to it. A few people go to it because they're mentally ill, and then they become impossible to separate because it becomes part of what they are. Like the Tate thing.
I just that's actually something.
Sorry,
I did. No.
I have this habit of ranting, and my friends keep saying I should do stand-up.
No, you make a really good point, because that was one of the things that I noticed about Billy Bob earlier, right?
Yeah.
He seemed very emotionally attached to the fact.
It's like evangelist Christians. I've had massive pub debates with these people. They're lovely. You can talk to them about any other subject, but if you go near that one, and I used to do it because I'm what could be termed as an asshole. I just go for it because, as far as I'm concerned, you don't seem like an unreasonable person. But I often just, like, let's have this argument out, and you can't actually have a serious argument about it. Because after a while it just becomes a faith issue. Well, you don't believe in this. I said, well, of course I don't. There's no evidence for it. There's it's neither a practical idea in theory. I can't logically see it working. It's like communism. Oh, yeah. And then I read the manifesto, and you think, oh, no, what you mean is socialism. Yeah, well, we've got that. It's like that South Park episode, where they have the huge hippie drum circle. And it's one of the few times I ever really, really wanted to be Cartman. Because they just, where they're standing in the crowd, he goes, yeah, we're going to have this guy, and he's going to specialise in baking. What you mean, like a baker in a shop? Yeah, it's like, yes, that's we've already got that. Yeah, we're going to have this little, it's called a town. We have that. And so we're going to have this amazing new idea where we rebuild society. What you mean, like the agricultural, the industrial revolutions that were preceded by, and then the revolution of writing and recorded history, and then you're moving on. I've got them out of historical sequence. People will chat's probably going bonkers, but and yes, of course, and this. The whole idea of progressivism, it just seems you can sneak anything under it as a barrier. It's like, we'll label this progressive, yeah, but it looks like fascism. No, it's not fascism really, but you've just rounded those people up and put them in a train, and now we're all wearing jackboots. It's looking suspiciously like fascism right here, which returns me neatly to the Tolpuddle Martyrs Festival. Now, for those who don't know, it's a serious socialist thing in Britain. A group of guys in, God, I can't remember what century, but look it up. It's 1L Puddle Festival. Tolpuddle Martyrs. Wonderful stuff. Billy Bragg was there. Oh, insufferable. I like his music, but he's a millionaire, and he claims to be for the people, by the people, and then he speaks on radio. You know where I'm going with this. But what was really terrifying, and it's the only time I've ever found it, having been involved in politics. We're all standing around looking at the stage with Billy Bragg, and all of a sudden there was this sort of odd call to, like, everyone sang the National, and I was like, yeah, that's quite normal. I'm used to, I wasn't raised religiously, but I went to a religious school, so that kind of like mass singing, I'm blind to. And then everyone started putting up their right hands, at which point I'm thinking, hang on. And they did the full-on right hands pumping in the air thing, at which point I retreated behind a war memorial and started playing flamenco guitar with this random bloke from Italy because I couldn't cope with that. Because that's when it dawned on me, oh God, this has got from, hey, Billy Bragg's quite interesting, to Tony Brennan was nice to listen to, oh my God, if there was a right-winger in the crowd, I don't think they'd live. Ye gods. It was, I know it's part of group, it's part of group and crowd psychology. It's very, very easy.
People really seem to hate the right wing, don't they?
I don't understand it. I'm so, like, careful in my politics. I actually got asked to join the Conservative Party when I was in university. I did go to the University of Exeter, which is nominally conservative and Christian. I'm nominally actually sort of slightly anarchic and left-wing. But I don't... Yeah, I wouldn't do away with voting, though, don't get me wrong. And when I say...
I think we'll have to wrap it up.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But no, this stuff happens quickly and it gets dangerous fast. And it's nice it's finally got... I'm not to say that gaming isn't great, but it's nice it's got out of gaming into real politic, if you will. Who knows? There might be a serious independent article about it. I doubt.
Yeah, I really hope that happens, man. But yeah, thanks for coming on.
That's cool. Nice chat.
Right. If Andrew Canning is listening, if you can retry the link, we had a bit of a technical error, and I saw double of him, and then had to, and I thought basically that there were two spaces with him because I think he had to reconnect, and so I kicked it, but it turned out that it was only one. So I do apologise. Please try and get back in. If we can't, we'll try again another time. I really do apologise about that. I am just getting a few messages from, well, quite a few people that I'm trying to deal with. Next up is Benjamin Barber at the moment.
Hi, Ben.
Well, hello there, everyone. So I'm not sure if any of you had any time to look at the news since we've all been really focused on Gamergate, but it seems like journalism ethics has been a big one. Have any of you guys heard of Mazhar Mahmood or the other 3 issues of journalists and plagiarism this week?
I actually haven't.
Oh, well, there was a nice little thing on Panorama about Mazhar Mahmood, who is known as the fake sheik, who is getting in trouble for his lack of journalistic ethics and fabricating evidence. And furthermore, we have 3 other journalists accused of plagiarizing this week. We have Farid Zakaria, we have Jonah Lehrer, and we have, what's the other guy's name? Stephen Glass, all accused of plagiarizing their work in journalism. And some of your Gamergate fellows have actually come up with a nice little dossier called the Gamergate Dossier, which shines the light on this in a more or less a PR press kit. I'm not sure. Have any of you guys seen the Gamergate Dossier?
No, if you want to tweet it at me, I can retweet it so people can take a look.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great little piece that can be used to share with all sorts of journalists to try to contrast how we're having issues in our journalistic media and how our issues aren't getting resolved, despite them being, I would say, much more egregious than what these fine gentlemen have done with their careers. So I encourage you all to, go ahead and share that around. Yeah, otherwise, let me think what else has been going on. On top of that, as I'm sure you guys are aware, there's been some banning happening on Twitter. And that has many of us extremely, extremely furious, myself included. And I myself am working on a 501c3 that I started in Oregon. I would love to have other people join a board and become my boss and tell me what to do, but more or less it is a vehicle to sort of integrate the same sort of model of academia plus journalism plus activism that we see that they cling to so well and use so effectively. But more precisely, it also provides some sort of journalistic protection for people who want to provide leaks. And one of the things that I'm really making one of my top priorities is to send a nice little legal nastygram to Twitter and to Reddit as a result of their blatant disregard for the law. And I'd love to have some help and get some primary source documents and assemble another dossier for the other journalists and for the fine members of the California state government to look over. And then let me think. And then last but not least, I really appreciate you having on Cyborg Dev and allowing him the chance to talk about how the gaming industry has worked and helping us with Operation Rebuild, because quite frankly, a lot of these developers are having some really tough times in the what they call the death march of development, which happens a lot during this holiday season, trying to make sure every little I is crossed and T is crossed and every I is dotted before the games ship for the Black Friday and for the Christmas season. And I'm not sure if any of you guys have seen the fact that the ex-Bungie CEO was swatted at his house with a fake hostage threat. And really, no matter if you don't like Halo or if you think this guy is abhorrent, no one deserves to be swatted, because swatting leads to unfortunate and avoidable deaths. And we should all be trying to prevent this sort of miscarriage of justice from occurring by stepping up and doing our part.
Cool. Well, thanks a lot for coming on, man. Do you want to give everyone your Twitter name, so if they want to keep in contact about this sort of stuff, they can get in contact with you?
Yeah, no problem. My Twitter handle is @Endomorphosis, ENDOMORPHOSIS. Thank you.
Might be worth putting a tweet under Op Skynet with that.
Oh, yeah.
Just because people check it, because that's what it's for. Cool. Well, thanks a lot, man.
No problem. Thank you.
Take care, dude.
Thanks, Benjamin.
Right. So, Monday Matt has got some news apparently, and he wants to come back on to share it with us. Do you guys want to have him on, or do you want to have him wait?
Well, let's. If Benjamin makes room, as soon as he's just dumped those links and we can get them retweeted, we can get him on.
Because it might be something that people might want to discuss.
Is he? If he's talking to you, tell him to come on now.
Okay. Because it might be something that, because what I'm thinking is it sounds like, from what he's just given me a couple of sentences, I don't want to spoil it because I don't really know anything about it, but it sounds like the sort of thing it miuld be good to get a community sort of discussion.
Okay. I've just had someone rejoin who's been waiting, so Claire, could I just ask you to just quit the Hangout for a second? We're just waiting for somebody to get back in. You can come back on as soon as they've come in. Hello? Okay. I think Claire didn't know how to work the Hangouts because she did ask about it.
I'll object her for now. But
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and wait, sorry.
No, it's okay. Please come back in a sec.
Oh. How do I get out?
Okay, you can join now.
Okay, I've just sent him the link. Does someone want to go ahead in the meantime while he...
Yeah, Fox was next, so...
Fox, hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Great. I just want to say... I wasn't really buying the whole socialist thing. Like, I saw it like, okay, these people are socialists in your videos, and you talked about that a lot. And then I watched Thunderfoot's video, and half of her thing is about how capitalism is evil and needs to go away.
Yeah.
So I'm going to apologize to you, Sargon.
Right, I'm telling you.
You're right.
I swear I don't make statements unsupported, it took me a long time.
Well, no, I
Marxism
watched Instigative Journalism's video on her thesis is like 2 years old, and it didn't mention that. It didn't really touch on that. It mentioned more of how the social gender stuff is really out of whack, but it didn't mention like that.
Well,
and like just seeing that and that clip of her talking at that convention of how we need to go in and we need to fix these communities because they don't know what's good for them. It's like, oh Jesus, oh no.
Well, thank you.
All right, Fox. Unfortunately, someone's just taken that free slot for Monday. And
I will pop out then.
No problem. Thank you for coming on, though. Sorry it was a short stint and a long wait.
I'll try to get in again later.
Do apologise.
Yeah, get in again a bit later, man.
All right. See you.
Cheers.
Okay, Mundane, please join now, because if anybody else joins, I'm just going to lose my shit.
Well, I'm telling him to join, so...
May I go?
Yeah, go ahead, mate, go ahead.
Alright. Actually, I have props. I really do. I'm kidding you not, and that's the main reason why I have the cam on, in addition to seeing my awesome hats, of course. Good day, everybody. I just wanted to share a couple things, and then I was going to talk about the Geordie thing real fast, and then I'll let you go. These two are for the same class, my English class, and it seems to be a little much. The top sentence that I have highlighted here, I'll read it because my camera sucks. It says it's from it's quoting a essay written by some mangina. Anyway, and it says women tend to see men as a giant problem in need of a solution. This is a English textbook, and it's not, and it's citing his work for it's citing it for being something with like gender roles or some shit. I don't really remember. It was weeks ago. Anyway, I crossed out women and I put at the top third wave feminists because I feel it's more accurate now.
Yeah, whenever feminists use the word women, just in your head, just change it to feminists. They're like, women need this. It's like, no, feminists need that. And it all makes sense, mate. And I think you're exactly right on that, Cam.
And anyway, and that's just kind of like, this is just one example that stuck in my mind, and I highlighted it and I had to cross it out because I don't want future students being corrupted by this bullshit. And anyway, but I find myself in an English class wanting to just scream and punch the wall because we go. Not that the teacher is very feminine. She's not. I talked to her after class several times, and she doesn't seem to have any kind of stance on it. But the books are written in such a way, and the materials that she's given, and all the kind of handouts that come with it are very feminist. And I mean, I started this class, and when I started this class, I had watched all of your videos at this point, and so I'm like seeing this, and I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. You're right. It's getting into academia, and it's
coming
in English.
It's coming and the studies, and yeah, like you say in English, it's not in Shakespeare though. Is it? I mean, what are they doing in there? It's...
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, this is not fucking gender studies, Yeah. And I'm 21, and I'm worried eventually when I have, children that they'll get indoctrinated into this cult and then come out like fucking little Macintoshes, no matter how hard I try to say, whatever at home. Be so immersed in this for 8 hours a day, what have you, that their opinions are kind of set,
Honestly, man, I think that's a really legitimate concern. I'm not even joking. I genuinely worry about that sort of thing.
It scares the shit out of me.
Me too.
Why make videos? Where does it stop? At what point does it become, okay, maybe we've gone too far?
They can't seem to admit that they're ever wrong, can they?
Right.
That's the problem. They're never wrong.
And the other thing was, this is the same class, mind you, grammar book.
Right.
Has an entire section on changing your writing to be more gender inclusive.
Fucking what?
I'm
You
not
what,
even
mate?
kidding. I'm not even
You
kidding.
what, mate?
Don't use these words. Use these words.
Want to read it out to us, just so everyone's heard the Marxism at work?
Let's see. Things like foreman. Madam Foreman. Have you reached verdict? Whatever. Change it to supervisor. Instead of mankind, say people or humans. Chairman, chairperson, moderator, head. Like what?
Why?
Because fucking reasons. And God forbid you offend anybody and they're little special snowflakes. I mean, did you hear about, in school, they can't say brainstorm anymore? It's now called thought showers because apparently it offended somebody.
Oh, for fuck's sake, what world do
I'm not
we
even
live
kidding.
in?
I'm not even kidding.
That sounds like an
Thought
urban
showers.
legend. It can't be true. That's ridiculous.
No, I have little cousins who I'm like, have you heard of brainstorms? And they're like, no fucking idea. I'm like, dude, this kid is 12. You have to have heard it. And I described the concept, and they're like, oh, we call those thought showers.
That's fucking gay.
And I'm like, the school system is raising fucking ideologues, and it's just getting into their minds early, and so early that they don't question it. And by the time they start questioning shit, it's become so ingrained that it's not. And anyway, so that kind of sickened me.
Mate, I totally understand. Thanks for coming on and reading it to everyone. You look very dapper as well, by the way. I like the hat.
Oh, thank you, sir. I also have.
Oh god, is this a cowboy hat? Wait, no. Okay.
Oh, proper fedora.
Tip it. Tip it. Tipping intensifies. Right.
Thanks for coming on, man.
One more thing.
Go for it.
All right. The Georgie, whatever the fuck he calls himself.
Yeah.
That was mind-blowingly stupid in a lot of ways. But anyway, like one of the things that kind of bothered me is he was saying, one of the double standards that really stuck out is he's like, okay, well, not all of us are like that, and then when you try and use the same, argument for GG, well, not everybody's a friend, or it's actually a very small group, and probably some of them are third-party trolls who are just trying to piss off both sides and get attention.
Without a doubt.
And then he's like, oh yeah, no, but that is that whole movement, but it's not yours.
Yeah.
You see how that doesn't fucking work, right?
Yeah. The social justice logic doesn't apply to themselves, apparently, which is weird. They're not consistent with their own internal, or the logic they claim that everyone else should be consistent with. It's very strange.
Okay, we're gonna have to move on now. Unfortunately.
No problem. Have a good night, guys.
Thanks so much, Shen. Right. Monday Matt has reappeared.
Hello, Matt.
Like a wild Pokemon.
How's it going, man?
It's going good. It's just trying to find an apartment still. It's all day thing.
Cool. So what's going on?
Oh, I just saw an Indiegogo post go up for Jenny Barrage is starting a website called basedgamer.com.
Right, okay. Well, before you tell us about it, do you have any connection to this?
No, I don't have any connections at all.
Right. Do you have any financial interest in it?
Nope.
Okay. Just so we know. Go ahead.
I don't
know anything about this. So.
No, I just heard about it. I mean, she was talking about this for a couple days on Twitter of
right, okay. I haven't seen anything about it.
Working on something, and I guess this is what it is.
Okay, so I'm looking at it, she wants $50,000.
Yes.
What?
I think we all want $50,000, just to be clear on that one.
Right,
no,
yeah.
okay.
I'll tweet the link so everyone can have a look at it.
Yeah, my unemployed ass would love $50,000.
You can buy a lot of video games with $50,000 and hot pockets. Lots of hot pockets.
You could live. You could just live. That'd be nice enough.
Well, maybe for like a year, maybe year and a half. I don't know. I'd live off like not that much, but
I know. Don't worry. Those kind of figures. No, not going to see that.
Oh yeah, no, it's I think it's an interesting concept.
I've just tweeted.
Weren't you talking about this earlier too, Sargon? Like, you want to start seeing people create.
Yeah, I was actually. I actually. But the thing is, now that someone's actually asking for money, I feel like saying no. So.
I have a little bit of like issue with the I mean, I understand the process of why it takes money to build a site.
Yeah.
50 grand seems like a bit much.
It seems like a lot to me as well. But to be honest with you, I don't actually know what would be required to set up because I mean, you do need capital to start a business. You know, I've done a Kickstarter. I needed capital to start Necromancer, so it's not and the thing is, she's probably going to need to hire full-time writers.
Yeah.
So she's going to have some money to pay them for the months that they're going to be working there. So it's not, it's not that unreasonable.
No. It's really not. It's really not. She says here on the Indiegogo that 35% of the budget would go to the cost of designers, 45% to the cost of development, 20% to the cost of testing and tuning.
All right.
Oh, hey, Mundane.
Yeah.
You need a place to live, man.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you need a place to live?
Well, in Oregon.
Yes. I live in downtown Portland in a big Victorian house. I asked you, do you need a place to live?
Oh, no. I'm looking for places right now, like in Hillsboro is where I'm looking.
Okay.
It's just because we've talked about this before too. I've got the 5 cats.
Okay.
Maybe that's something to talk about another time.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone's moving out of my place. I just wanted to make sure that you're okay.
No. I do appreciate that. Thank you. I'm fine. I'm just calling apartments right now, trying to find it. It's just that's what I'm in the process of. You know how annoying that can get.
Yeah, I know, and there's not a lot of vacancies around here, and it's getting to be really cold.
Guys, maybe it's more the conversation is less relevant right now. So
yeah, we're turning into Craigslist. No. Okay.
Sorry, Matt, carry on. What were we saying? Matt?
Oh, I was looking at this what she was saying on the Indiegogo for the breakdown of the cost. I mean,
Yeah.
when I worked on the sites I worked for before, they put up, I think, a sizable amount of income to develop the site. So it does cost money to do it. I'm curious to see what the outcome from this is. I mean, she's been up for less than a day and already raised about $4 grand.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you want, you get what you pay for at the end of the day, don't you? So
yeah.
If you want to produce something very good, you need to spend the money. It's just life.
But isn't that kind of what this whole thing's been coming to, essentially? Has been like us, because we talked to this before, like creating a culture, creating our own kind of separate entity from the mainstream. This was kind of a natural progression.
Yeah, I guess that what we, yeah, I'm all for the concept. So I guess the things, to discuss are, is Jenny a suitable person? Is she trustworthy? I'm not saying I have an answer either way, but these are the things that should be considered before anyone thinks about pledging support. Not that I'm trying to discourage anyone or anything like that. I just want it to have legitimacy through consensus or through, just so everyone is fully, informed about the project as far as we can in a discussion be informed about it. Not, so then people can go away and make their own decisions from what we know and events that have happened.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I find it there's no intro video from her describing what it's going to be. Given the fact that she does videos for her site, I figured that would be up there. I've worked on crowdfunding campaigns before, so there's like a couple things that like you figured that would be up there.
The video would be the first thing.
Instead of just sign up now and reserve your username. That's obviously a screen grab from the website.
Yeah.
it's. I mean, I get there's enthusiasm and passion. I'm not trying to disregard it or downplay it whatsoever. But yeah, there's I mean, I wouldn't mind contributing to this, but I just want to know more about it. That's kind of.
Yeah.
She says for who's behind this is just her. But there's I guess there's a team as well. Don't know who they are, what they've done, what their history is with this. Like, have they worked for other sites? And I think that's one of the reasons why like TechRaptor and GamesNosh have kind of like come out as being more prominent with this right off the bat, is because they have that established nature. So they're visible. We know who they are. Jenny's been very visible.
$1,000 since we've been talking about it.
Yeah. So no, people are willing to contribute to this, and that's good on them. That's very good on them. I'd like to see more information personally.
Me too.
Well, if she wants to hire me as a writer, that's fine.
Well, she says here that the site will be community driven by gamers, similar to the popular website Rotten Tomatoes. So what I'm wondering is if Based Gamer is essentially just going to be a kind of a Gamergate-based like Metacritic site, is kind of what I'm gaining from that.
That's not a bad idea.
There are reviews, aren't there? I mean, a lot of this was discussed near the beginning that we lacked something like this, and there's actually a project that's been funded up, another aggregate thing that's been created solely not for profit, basically, and
no. But I don't know. I'm strictly against Metacritic scores. I'm very much against attributing scores as community. Yes, scores. No. And I look at the way that Rotten Tomatoes is used, and especially because I've come from the film world myself, how they look at like that little either fresh or rotten as being an indicator of everything, and that has been been proven to have been manipulated on multiple occasions. I mean, an aggregator site is cool, but I don't think there needs to be review scores attached. Like maybe highlights from the.
I think maybe a recommend or don't recommend would be good.
Yeah, that would be more I think appropriate in my opinion.
Yeah, because I think that it's the people. The way I figure that these things probably work from a psychological level is surely most people are going to go on there and say yes, I recommend that because they had a good time with it, or go there and say because they didn't have a good time. Are people going to be downvoting things they didn't play or care about? I don't know. Maybe they do. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, we've seen this though from like a case in point, just because she references Rotten Tomatoes from movies, like with The Dark Knight from 2008. It was running on 100% on IMDb with their aggregate, right? And because it was doing so well, the internet was like, nothing can be perfect. And so the internet came in and started downvoting the movie in order to lower its score. And then that's reflective as being permanent. So it's a very easily manipulative process, and it's one of the reasons why I'm very against that mindset.
Well, I mean, I don't see why it would have to just be that. I mean, surely it's not very difficult to just have like an article section, so you could have people doing reviews and previews and whatnot on there.
No, I think that's probably more about what it's going to be.
Yeah.
But it's because it says why we need it, and there's like 2 small paragraphs and everything, and it doesn't give me a lot of information. Like, I mean, I don't make a lot of money. I wouldn't mind supporting something like this. I just, since what we've been doing as a consumer revolt, consumer advocacy, we have to, if we're asking these questions of other people, we have to be willing to ask them of our own, and be and expect those particular responses to come back. And I'm not trying. I don't want anyone to feel like I'm attacking Jenny. I'm not. I think it's a good idea.
I don't think anyone thinks you are. I totally agree. I think everyone completely agrees that scrutiny is the important word. Because there's I'm sure she's got absolutely no desire to do anything that's not above board. Why would she? Why would she need to? She sounds like she's doing something legitimate. There doesn't seem to be any need for any sort of duplicitousness on her part.
No. I know. I agree.
Okay.
I think it would be good for Jenny to come on the stream and actually talk about it.
I think that would be a great idea.
Yeah, it is advertised. We are out there, so if she does want to come on.
Yeah, I did actually tweet her. So should we go for the next person and then?
Fine. All right, guys. Well, I will. I gotta call more apartments, so I will see you all later.
Okay, man. Thanks for coming on.
No problem.
Thanks for having me.
Bye.
Cheers,
Who was
mate.
next?
Next, right. We'll go with Andre next, and then Philip after that.
Andre.
Hello there.
Hello. What did you think?
Right. So about the site, I think it's a good. It would be a good idea to actually, I suppose, have aggregates, especially without any review scores attached. But if there are no review scores attached, keep in mind that if people were to make a blog that was relatively unknown, for the sake of skewing results, they could do that, unless the scores were also tied in to the amount of visitors to a given site. But the problem is that that's a bit difficult to assess because of Alexa rankings not being that reliable ultimately. Anyway, I look forward to seeing the site, I guess. I think all of these initiatives are good ultimately. But I wanted to bring up something else actually. Sorry?
Is it the sort of thing that you personally would support?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I mean,
cool.
I have offered to code for websites.
I just want to get people's opinions, So.
Yeah, I was going to bring up something actually regarding. I'm not sure if you've actually seen the video regarding the GDC Game Developer Convention 2004 event called Number One Reason Why. Have you actually watched this?
No, I haven't.
Okay, because you had made a video about Leigh Alexander a few weeks ago, and you were talking about her motivations. I think actually at the start of this particular video, that's again Game Developer Convention, that's GDC 2014, Number One Reason Why. In this particular video, you can actually see her early on saying that she has made it her mission to tear the system apart, in her own quotes. And then she asks the audience, who wants to take the system apart? And there's a lot of cheers from the audience, which seems to be quite packed, but I only saw the front of the scene, that is to say, the podium where she was talking. So it's just one thing I wanted to mention. I think these things can be missed, and it's worth viewing.
What was that GDC? What was the name of it again? GDC 2014.
Game Developer Convention 2014, and the particular event is called Number One Reason Why, but it's spelled #1 Reason Why in a single word, because there was a hashtag campaign called Number One Reason to Be on Twitter a while ago, and they decided to make an event where they talk about why there are female game developers, etc. It's interesting to watch throughout, actually. It's interesting to watch the entirety of the series. Some of the people there seem quite reasonable, but others, especially if you go to the end of that particular video, you're going to see... do you know Big Red?
Yeah.
Okay, well, basically there's this character who speaks, indeed screams a lot like Big Red, and I think it's interesting that the entire audience applauded and felt moved by the way she spoke and by her passion, although it was... I wouldn't say it was, friendly, happy passion so much as angry feminist passion. I think it's quite indicative of people's motives ultimately. I wouldn't laugh at her for the way she behaves. I think it's part of her situation. She seems to have social difficulties, but it's interesting how these social difficulties ultimately motivated her to embrace this sort of feminist cause. She talks about how making games is easy, but belonging is hard. And here these people are offering her an opportunity to belong if, she actually starts riding against the patriarchy, etc.
Yeah.
I think it's easy to get into these cults, I suppose, if you do have issues, but I'm not saying mental health issues, but if you do have difficulties of various kinds, I think they can lure you in a sense.
Well, yeah, do you mind tweeting that video to me? I've just had a quick look for it. I can't find it, which is quite frustrating because I swear to God, I'm going to make a video about D&D alignments and who in Gamergate and anti-Gamergate fits them, because I swear to God, she is chaotic evil.
Are you talking about Leigh Alexander?
Yeah.
I think neutral evil would best fit her, actually. Anyway, I can't tweet you, but I'm going to tweet Curbs.
Yeah.
Okay, as well as that, just give me a second to tweet this. Okay. As well as that, to tie this in, I wanted to talk a bit about your conversation, and I want to thank you for that, by the way, the conversation you had earlier today with Geordie Tate. It's nice that you approach it in a logical perspective and that he also joined in, I suppose, to have a rational discussion about this. Because it's not often that social justice warriors actually come to discuss their views. Most of the time they act very impulsively. They just, if you contradict their feelings, you're the bad guy, they don't want to talk to you, they want to, I don't know, harass, insult you or whatever. In this case, both of you actually brought in points, and the thing is, you did mention objective morality, and he talked about evil a lot. You probably think that's a bad sign, but I would say it's actually a good one, because, just as if you don't believe in objective truth, you can never develop science. likewise, if you don't believe in objective morality, you can't actually come to a sort of consensus about what is right and wrong.
Well, that was actually a bit more contextual. I don't think that he can be capable of objective morality.
Okay, yeah.
That was what I was, getting at there. No, I agree that there probably is some form of objective morality.
So you're saying that he probably had prescriptive morality, whereby other people told him what to think, and he believed that was the gospel.
Yeah, without a doubt. That's why he's happy to push gamers into gas camps. But it's wrong because the Jews did nothing wrong. But the gamers, they did something wrong. It's not that pushing It's not that pushing people into gas camps is wrong. That's the thing.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm not entirely convinced that it was prescriptive. It's perfectly possible that there were certain life experiences that had affected them and that determined them to have these, I suppose, strong stances. And I bring this up because I mentioned this. I was on a campaign a while ago. It was called Women Against Feminism, and I'm not a woman, of course, but I did support a lot of the women there. I actually was thrilled to find that there were women who spoke up against this totalitarian aspect that feminism had been developing for a very long time, actually longer than second wave feminism, even before that. I was very happy to see them talking about this, but I also noticed that among the opposition there was this one person who had been abused. She linked to her own blog, and I did read this because I think that would be disrespectful for her privacy. But in one of her blog posts, she talked about how the hashtag #KillAllMen actually made her feel, in a sense, relieved and happy. And it will, of course, seem crazy to you, and certainly you could argue that it is. But at the same time, there's always something, well, not always, unless it's an organic mental illness, there's something underlying this sort of, I suppose, wrong view of things. And her having written Kill All Men was ultimately based on the fact that she had had absolutely horrible experiences, which she wrote about on her blog, and she felt weak and helpless, and all of a sudden there were these people who wanted to fight against those who had wronged her. Or certainly she was generalizing too much. Certainly she should have probably read some things like, the fact that during the Colorado shootings, 2 men actually died because they acted as human shields for their girlfriends and this sort of thing. But I'm saying that these people can sometimes have personal reasons for thinking this way, for acting this way, and it's worth actually trying to find these personal reasons, because once they are dispelled, I would imagine that their hardline stance would also be dispelled, and they would actually come to see the world with clarity for what it is, as opposed to having their sense of right and wrong, their sense of truth and falsehood hijacked by the turmoil that they live in.
Yeah, so that very very much speaks to the idea that they seem to be very emotionally attached to their beliefs. Do you think that there's some sort of solace in what's going on there?
Solace in what's going on where exactly? In the SJW cult world, or in the fact that Gamergate people are having conversations with such people?
No. Do you think they like take personal solace in social justice, like one would in a religion?
I think they do, in a sense, if they themselves feel that they have been wronged. I mean, look at Leigh Alexander, look at Matty Bryce. They actually do talk about how they feel they have been wronged. And that's
something I've noticed. That's no, absolutely.
I mean, look, I'll just mention this briefly. Matty Bryce talked about her experiences with men, and she actually made games about these. And she expresses her frustration with the fact that she's not lesbian because a lot of men reject her for being trans. And she got really angry at this. Even, one of her games, I believe, is not called Kill All Men, but something like Destroy All Men or something like that, in which she fantasizes about destroying men by asking them out on dates and then leaving them heartbroken. I mean, there are these situations, these personal situations that people have confronted, and they see the opportunity to actually confront these same situations at a wider scale. But the problem is that they're not engaging the people who are actually causing them problems, or in some cases they themselves might be causing themselves problems. They might not be reasoning correctly about how the mind works. And instead of engaging individuals, instead of looking at things in terms of relationships between individuals, they instead join these groups that don't actually do anything observable. They don't see the consequences of the actions of these groups. So whenever there's an apparent political victory, they take solace in that, even though they don't realize what this victory actually entails. It may be harmful to them. It may be harmful to everyone, really. if they were actually in contact with the people that they are opposing politically, they might find that these people are actually quite nice. But they don't do that because they're part of a cult and they do everything indirectly. So I think there's solace in that, but it's a mistaken form of solace, and it can be quite harmful in the long run.
There's a lot there that I agree with, honestly. There's a lot there that I've noticed myself, you know. But I think we should probably wrap up that one because.
Can I just plug my game very briefly? I mean, okay, you are a game developer, so I don't want to compete with you, but I'm just...
No, not at all. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just mentioning that I'm making right now a Gamergate-themed game that's going to follow the events of Gamergate. It's going to be an RPG, and I am looking for people to collaborate with on it. So, by all means, if you're very serious about game development and you want to join this project, talk to me. I am Coding Teddy Bear. That's my Twitter handle, so it's Coding Teddy Bear in one word. I look forward to hearing from people. Thank you very much for having me on, Simon.
Tweet me that video and I'll tweet your address.
I tweeted it. I sent it to Cerberus by DM, but I can tweet it to you as well.
I'll send it over to him and with your Twitter handle as well.
Yeah, or just tweet me a link to your project or something because, yeah, I mean, go ahead. You know, if you need collaborators, you need collaborators.
Okay, sure. Nice to see you then.
Cool.
Thanks, Andrew.
Take care, man. Thanks for coming up.
Right, Philip's back from having the quickest shit on world record. So,
hello. What did you think of that Based Gamer Indiegogo campaign, mate?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty novel. Like, I'm not sure, obviously, if it's going to be a bit like Rotten Tomatoes, which is, you know, those kind of review aggregator sites. I'm more interested in how these underlying systems behind it are going to work because, as you know, sites like Rotten Tomatoes and Metacritic and so on are really, really, you know, they're very easy to exploit, I guess, and I think the inherent problem just comes down to rating a game with a number. I think you have to read the review to really find out, you know, about the game. So, yeah, I don't know. I'll check it out.
Yeah, well, not having an opinion is a fine position. What would you like to say, mate?
Okay, yeah, well, I just want to talk about my position first because I'm doing a games design course in university and I've not really spoke that much about the game on Twitter, on HM, wherever, and all these issues are kind of pent up in my head because when I first heard about it, from the Zoe post before Gamergate was a thing. I was just thinking, oh God, I'm going into this industry, and you know, look how corrupt it is. Like when I first started the course, I was kind of like, yeah, it's sort of corrupt, but whatever. I'll just be in an indie studio, you know, I'll just start an indie studio and then tell everyone, hey, f you, whatever, just give our game a good score. You know what I mean? Just who cares about the corruption in journalism? But I will see how deep it runs, and the fact that these people can just kind of deny any game they want coverage based on, you know, what they perceive to be issues, whether it be sexism or whatever, and that's kind of, you know, the whole censorship of art aspect is really scary to me, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I've not really given anything to lead
no,
off.
not at all. I just have nothing to add, you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. But no, understandable.
Yeah, but God, I don't know what else to talk about other than the fact that you see them all the time going on about, oh, Gamergate's a hate movement, and all this, and like most of the hatred I've seen is from them themselves. I made a post on Tumblr, which, you know, I probably should delete that account right now. But
principle, yeah.
I made a post on Tumblr about how I'm sick of, like, everyone I follow seem to be making little jabs at Gamergate and the people involved, going, haha, tip the fedora and all that bollocks. And I made a post saying, you know, if you're not going to engage in the discussion and you're just going to make little digs, I'm going to unfollow you. And then it got me blogged about 50 times from people who are like, oh, of course this comes from a white boy with a neck beard and, you know, greasy hair and all that stuff. And like,
your hair does look...
hey man, tunnel snakes rule, but yeah.
Yeah. Greasy hair.
But no, seriously, that's fucking racist, isn't it? Why are you bringing up my ethnicity? What's that got to do with anything? You know?
Yeah, exactly. And I just find it funny how they're always going on about, oh, it's just white males revolting because they think we're taking away the toys or whatever. Yeah, whenever you, criticize them, they act like schoolyard bullies. They just sit there with their arms crossed like it's some kind of, I don't know, it's like Mean Girls. You can't sit with us, you know what I mean?
Yeah. They use ostracism as one of the tools in their arsenal. So
exactly.
Yeah.
They just, take every single. I don't know. They just look at your personal profile rather than what you're saying, and then just use that as ammunition against you, which is what I found funny. So I just want to say, because for I think it was about a month ago, I decided, oh, let's go on the Gamergate hashtag on Twitter, and back when the Stop Gamergate 2014 hashtag was going around, and oh my god, I think that made me never want to go on Twitter ever again. I've not been on Twitter since, and I went on Twitter to join this chat, but since then, since the Stop Gamergate stuff, I've not been on Twitter because. And I think I could sum that up by getting a tweet that I saw on there where somebody I forgot what they said. I've probably blocked it out of sheer PTSD from Twitter. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I forgot what it said, but I made a point against it, and he said, "Oh, you're just a straight white male and all that stuff." And they made their points, and then the one thing they always say is after they've done insulting you, they say bye, and then don't respond to anything else you say to them.
Block you, yeah.
Why are people taking you seriously? Why are people other social justice warriors taking you seriously? I don't get it.
They all do it, but if that was everything, mate.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I haven't really made any points here, but I just wanted to, I guess, use this as a platform to voice frustrations and all that stuff.
On that Skynet hashtag.
I've not really took a look at that. I mean, what's it about?
It's just a way for Gamergate people to network, to find other Gamergate people that want more people to follow them, basically. So
Right.
Post something funny or something. I'm sure that with hashtag Skynet and just, I don't know, whatever, looking for more Gamergate people to hang out with or something.
Is it just Skynet, yeah?
Hashtag OP Skynet.
OP Skynet, right. Yeah, I'll keep that on the bookmarks and check it out. But yeah, I haven't really got much else to add other than, being kind of terrified from the perspective as someone who wants to go into the industry, I guess. It's kind of terrifying looking and seeing all this corruption and going, well, I'm going into that industry. And another thing, sorry, I said I was going to face you, but one more thing. People say to me all the time, oh, you've got other types of journalism, like movie journalism, music journalism, they're all corrupt. But, what's wrong with expecting better from games journalism?
Oh, well, if they're all corrupt then, I mean, don't worry about it.
Yeah, exactly. It's but why, if I'm going to go into games design and I want to, make games and not have my artistic expression crushed, why should I just sweep it under the rug because, oh, everyone else is like that? It's no, gaming's a brand new medium, and I think all the other mediums should be, taking a lot of what's going on in gaming as, an example, rather than just.
I think they will.
Yeah,
That's I think that they'll see.
Yeah, after, I'm not sure what the outcome of Gamergate's going to be, but if it's in our favour and every single bit of corruption's crushed, I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but we'll get pretty close, I guess. Maybe everyone else in their respective mediums, music, movies, whatever, will look at that. That'll force them to take a look at what's going on in their journalism and then go, oh crap, this is pretty corrupt too. So yeah.
Okay, man. Well, thanks for coming on.
Can those that have entered the chat and have their microphones on, can you mute them, please? We are getting a bit of feed.
All right, man. See you later.
Cheers, Phil.
Take it easy,
Cheers.
man.
Next, I think we'll go with Vimonro. next, and then
Hello.
and then
Hello. Am I coming on?
You are.
Okay. About the website, goodgamers.us is another website that came out from Gamergate, and I had a discussion with them because they also decide not to use grades. The problem here is that Metacritic uses grades, and developers, especially AAA developers, will fire or will give bonuses to the developers according to the grades they get on Metacritic. And right now, Metacritic has a monopoly on the market. And I strongly believe that it's very important. We should give them a bit of competition. Like, if a game gets, I don't know, 9 on the Metacritic, they should get, let's say, 5 on our website. Then developers should go like, something is rotten here, something is happening.
Yeah, so...
another issue about Metacritic, this is something that Liana K brought up and the guys from Good Gamers. They don't allow a website like Christian Reviewers, which in my opinion is an excellent website. They review the games based on the merits themselves, the gameplay, the graphics, all the other things. And then they also review it from a Christian perspective.
Yeah, I saw that. That's quite an interesting way of approaching it. I like it.
Yeah, but they don't go on Metacritic because they're promoting this Christian ideology. However, a website like Otaku that promotes a feminist ideology, they are welcome to join Metacritic, and their grades influence game developers.
Oh, that's because it's for women and not for God.
Yeah.
If it was for God, they'd have no chance.
But I wanted to come here and cheer people up because I guess we've been going on this for a while and people are a bit tired, so a bit of laughter is in order.
Yeah, I've been watching your videos actually.
Oh, thank you.
They're very good. What was your YouTube channel? I'll tweet it. I can't remember.
I'm going to write it into the chat.
So they come up on my subscription feed. I watch them when they come up.
Oh, thanks a lot. That's very motivating for me to do it because that's the reason I came to do it. I want to show you guys a very small video, a 30 seconds video about my communist leader in Romania being extremely progressive. He is promoting these progressive values that are coming now in 2014 in America.
Recorded?
Yes, it's recorded, and I'll just share the screens and put the videos. It's very small. It's 0.30.
When was it recorded though?
It's on YouTube basically. Someone else.
What year was it? The video taken? Was it like the 60s or?
Oh, yes, it's from the 60s on the Romanian national television.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Okay, so the subtitles are here, and they actually explain what happens in the video.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is my screen? Can you guys see my screen now?
I can't see your screen.
You are sharing at the moment, so.
Okay, hold on. I'll just use this, and it should be working now. Can you guys see it?
Yep, there we go.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah.
Has this got glorious Red Army music behind it?
Să promovăm mai mulți bărbați, pentru că acest lucru este asigurat. De aceea am subliniat necesitatea ca alături de bărbați, femeile să ocupe un loc mai important în diferite munci de conducere, de jos până sus.
That's pretty much spot on, and this is just a video, but I have lived through the ages, like it actually happened. Women were promoted on leadership positions, even if they wanted it to or not. And it kind of fucked up the industry. It led to a horrible age when women, and not only women, people that didn't have the qualifications, they were put on to lead others.
Unsurprisingly, because they weren't qualified to do the jobs, they did them badly, I assume.
Not only that they did them badly, but they would fire people that were capable because they would feel intimidated by those people. Yeah. And that led to more bad people coming there that couldn't do their jobs. And this is shocking. This is why I joined Gamergate, because these feminists are promoting these Marxist views that are 100% like the times I lived in through communism. They
How was communism? Just out of interest.
Well, it was something that, okay, you can't really argue with the idea that everyone should be equal. It's a nice package. Like the worker that's working in the mines, why is he being oppressed by the evil fat men that are benefiting from his labor, right? We should all be equal. We should all share. We should be happy. And if you would argue with something, you would say, okay, fine, what you're saying is true. But look, we're having people here that are miserable, that are suffering from hunger. What about this? Then you would be classified as an enemy of the state. You would be classified as someone who is against the communist values, that you don't want equality, and that you're a capitalist, basically. And that was the worst thing to be called back then.
So this is effectively what they're doing to Christina Hoff Sommers, really, isn't it?
100%.
Yeah.
Also, if you look at the articles, like the media is starting to become like the media back then. Like if you mentioned Ceausescu, you had to put like "Dear Leader Ceausescu," exactly in this format. If you put it anywhere else, you could have gotten fired. When they talk about Anita Sarkeesian, and I've read like over 100 reports by now from The Guardian and The Times, they put like renowned game critic Anita Sarkeesian, and then like literally 2 words after that they put death threats.
It's nothing to do with Gamergate, is it? God damn it.
No, I think they're managing to push her through every hole, through every single orifice of my life.
I was going to ask that earlier. So where do we think that this is going to end? Do you think she's going to meet Obama and like shake his hand or whatever?
Well,
What will happen is she'll get to the White House, she'll shake his hand, she'll pull out a gun, she'll shoot him, she'll then declare the patriarchy dead, and then long will reign the 300 years of Anita Sarkeesian.
I don't think Obama's representative of any kind of patriarchy.
Well, I don't know. She'll just
representative of the patriarchy.
I just imagine her getting in a suit a la Wolfenstein and then just tearing up the corridors of power. But that's the worst case scenario. If that happens anyway, I'm moving to North Korea because they sound quite liberal compared to what they plan.
I do think that's the least case scenario. But yeah, okay. But yeah, so what was it, your YouTube thing again, mate? Have you put that in the chat so I can tweet it?
Yes, I can. And I want to point out one more thing before I leave. Like, I've been trying for 2 months to get into contact with a social justice warrior to give me 5 tweets, just 5 tweets from a pro gamergater that's harassing a woman. And I want to show you what I've got. This is brilliant. This is Pulitzer level. This is an abusive tweet. The actual truth is I didn't even have to search. They were right there. Every part of a woman is weaponized against her, even her eyebrows.
How is that game?
Yeah. People were saying that Anita's eyebrows are ugly. And I'm staying here and I'm thinking how these people are portraying us. They think that we're like this cult and we're going like... Guys, I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. We are going to pick on their eyebrows. And when they are shocked and awed about what we have done, we are going to send in the weaponized minorities. And the other women, they will do what needs to be done. And when they are finished and when they think it's over, we are going to hit them with the weaponized charity. They will never recover from this.
That's awesome, man. I've just tweeted his YouTube channel. Seriously, guys, get on it.
Okay, thanks a lot, and thanks for having me on.
No problem. Thanks for coming on.
Okay, that was fucking hilarious, as Swash said, and Swash is
crazy in
next.
his YouTube videos as well. He's such an entertaining guy to listen to.
Hello.
Hello, Swash. I take it Swash next.
Yeah. Hey, Sargon. I'm the guy that went on your video saying that Anti-Gamergate is a gay hate group.
It's a gay hate group.
Well, look what they did to fine young capitalists. And they harass gay people, and they sometimes when I'm talking to one of them, they'll spell Gamergate with G-A-Y in gamer and G-A-Y in gate. So yeah, they're a bunch of fucking hypocritical bigots. Anyway, I'll try to make this real quick. And I apologize if this stuff's been brought up already, but I missed a bit in the beginning, and I stepped out for a bit in the middle to go to the bathroom, and then again to get something to eat when Mundane mentioned Hot Pockets, and I got hungry. But anyway, in regards to Gamergate, people say corruption and ethics a lot, and those are legitimate concerns. But I think GG is really about opposing radfems, which in a sense are corrupting, or at least attempting to corrupt the gaming industry with censorship and narrative control. I mean, there was corruption in gaming industry before, and people didn't really pay attention to it much until the radfems got involved. At least that's my observation. And I think Syrian Girl is working on a video that even links all this to the government as well, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing her work on that.
Yeah, me too. I'll get my tinfoil hat.
Yeah.
I'm all for it. I love tinfoil hat stuff, but you know, I think that it's important that we do say, look, this is our tinfoil hat stuff, because just because people think that, you know, it just looks better, I think, because you know people seem to think that you can't differentiate between what is sort of like the mainstream narrative and what is probably true, but it's more difficult to prove. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and I tend to stay away from conspiracy theory stuff. I take it into consideration as stuff that's possibly and maybe even likely true. It's like, you know, has the government lied to us and done evil shit before? Yeah, of course, everybody knows that. So, you know, in any given conspiracy theory scenario, could the government be lying and doing evil shit? Of course.
But if you can't prove it, what difference does it make?
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I have I have a YouTube channel. It's called SwashTube, one word. Just shameless plug out there. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, and thank you guys for having me.
Cool. Thanks for coming on.
It's a tall black man next, and then Claire, and then.
Sorry, did you say a white cisgendered neckbeard?
Oh, that's the one. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. We're all white cisgendered neckbeards, aren't we, in here?
Tall black nerd, are you there? Hello.
Oh.
Hello. Can anyone hear him? I can't hear him.
No, I can't hear him either. Oh man, he's been.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, we can get you.
How's it going, man?
Yes. Okay. Good. That's good. I was listening to your stream this morning, and I commend you for talking to that fucking Geordie guy, because, man, I lost IQ points listening to that. Like, that was, like, I felt like I was in, like, Third Reich listening to, like, a rap, because that guy was going fucking ballistic, and I was like, none of what you says make any sense. Like how can you at one and say you gotta uplift women and support them, but in the next breath say you are all for gassing them? And then when he said that, he thinks that I think you asked him something along the lines of like, so are you saying that, like, you know what that's from? And he was like, yes. And I'm just like, how can you even say until you'll be a feminist when your actions say that you'd be the opposite? Like, you are the person they hate the most, and yet you are doing all these things. Like, it's just fucking bizarre, man. Like,
it's not about feminism. That's the thing. I think it's about this culture that they've got.
Yeah,
it's kind of anti-everyone else culture.
And the weird thing is, he kept making about women's rights, and I'm like, how hard is it to understand that people are capable of having multiple interests and multiple causes, and that you can like kind of like individualize each cause? Like I'm for Gamergate, but doesn't mean I'm not aware of what's going on in like Mexico or what's happening like in Ferguson or what's happening in other places of the world. Nor am I saying that doesn't matter. Like we're not saying that right is like a fucking joke. What we're saying is so just to bring that up and like of course we're gonna dismiss it because that's not the fucking point.
Yeah.
Like if I went to a goddamn like a Catholic church and I was like, well, why is no one talking about the Prophet Muhammad? I'm like, because it's a fucking Catholic church. Like, like I don't understand like what's so difficult for these people to understand that we have a certain tolerance. Fucking get it, and I'm like, oh my god, like how can you people be like, oh, you know better, and you're all this and that when you can't even comprehend something as simple as subject matter. Like, I don't, and then just
I don't know, man. I don't know how they're so able to like, just, it's the way that everything is so goddamn subjective to them. You know, it's okay if they're doing it. Everything's fine if they're doing it. It doesn't matter what. It's like Leigh Alexander saying, you know, I want to tear the industry down or something. It's just like, why would you want that, Leigh? Why would you want
exactly? It's like the level. It's like logic is not even. It's like a one-way. Like whatever they say, it's like oh, makes sense. But if we use that exact same logic against them, it's wow, you guys are hateful.
Yeah.
I'm like, how does the mirror not work here? Like, how do you like? Are you guys vampires? Do you have no? How do you not see that we are holding your ship to a mirror and show you this is what you are saying, and this is you sound like a retard, and they're gonna be like, oh well, no, we have a good cause, and it's like, yeah, and I'm sure Hitler, his cause was just, but guess what? Objectively and historically, he was wrong.
Yeah.
And like,
it's what you're doing,
you guys,
not who you're doing it to.
The chat is calling you two shitternet buddies because Tall Black Man, you're coming across like you're auto-tuned at the moment. You need to sort out.
It sucks, man. I can actually understand you, which means we probably are like shitternet soulmates or something. So, honestly, I was following all of that. I completely agree. They're crazy. Honestly, I don't know how they can justify it to themselves. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I did the sort of things they did, you know. But
Alright, you got. Oh, have we lost him?
I think we may have lost him. Who's next?
It is Claire next. I just need to unmute her.
Hello, Claire.
1 second.
Okay.
For God's sake. I tell you what, can you unmute her? Because I had to mute her earlier. There we go.
Claire, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yep,
I can hear
we
you.
can hear you.
Great. You know, I didn't actually see the stream that Jordy did with Cole, I believe, but I did speak with Jordy on Twitter. I did actually talk to the guy, and he is all kinds of bag of crazy. After I spoke to him about his infamous Nazi gas tweet, he was talking to another gentleman and actually thanked that guy for his grandfather's military service, which I found kind of interesting. I'm fourth generation military, and I'm actually the first female in my entire family to have served, and I just thought it was, I don't know if the correct term is ironic, that he thanks people for serving in the military yet wants to gas military people. I don't think that
Well, the Nazis had a military.
yeah, well, I don't think these SJW people understand how many gamers are military members and vets.
Mm.
When I was in the military for 10 years, and the only gamers that I knew were all military. They were all military, and there were tons of them. They were everywhere.
I don't know how many.
Afghanistan and Iraq, that's what these guys did. They were doing, that's what they did. They were doing gaming all the time because they were doing it in the barracks, they were doing it in the sandbox, because that's all they had to do, really.
Yeah.
So I don't think that people understand exactly how many gamers are military, and then, I just thought it was completely ironic that this guy is doing this. I mean, we took oaths to stop, to spill our blood to stop these kinds of people from doing exactly what they're doing.
Exactly.
It's just.
I think there's a fundamental lack of respect from these people, basically, just for humans in general, not just the military.
Yeah.
They've really basically dehumanized us in as many ways they can possibly can, from the civilian to the military person that's actually served their country. So it's just about reminding them that we are actually all people, and we all come from different walks of life, and we all have different experiences that aren't completely shat on because they don't fall in line with an ideology. So yeah, it just frustrates me.
Well, I think there's, Sargon, I think there's a fundamental. You mentioned that you had conversed with a woman, and she was convinced that you were lying in all your videos, that you were lying.
Yes.
But I think what you have to understand about them is that they fundamentally truly believe that the end justifies the means. That is one of their tenets, and that includes lies.
Hello? Is that my?
And because they do these things, they assume that we do. They assume that normal people do these things, and they they assume, because this is normal for them, they assume that this is normal for everyone. We find these things abhorrent, but this is their norm. So they assume that you do this because they assume that this is what normal people do.
Well, I mean, it does seem to be what a lot of them say. Like Lifshitz and his thing going on about how decadent and depraved the industry is. They do seem to think that, don't they?
It should give you kind of an indication of how warped their view of reality is. And it should also tell you about, the other groups that they've done this to, like the atheists and the Tea Party people. If they've done so much lying about gamers, you might consider how much lying that they've done about those two groups. They've done this to a lot of other groups. And I think that now that a lot of people are smelling blood in the water when it comes to the SJWs, because they're starting to get their noses bloody.
Yeah, I think it really needs to happen as well. What's your opinion of base
To wake up and realize gamers are fighting back.
Yeah, what's your opinion of Jenny Barage's project then? Because this is actually quite an important step in the fight back, I think. A sort of community-led thing. What do you reckon?
I think whatever can work should support it.
Yeah. Okay.
These, like I said, people are smelling blood in the water, and I think this may be. I think the worm is turning.
I agree. I think it needs to happen as well. Otherwise, nothing's going to challenge them. Otherwise, who else is going to stand up against these sort of people? I don't see anyone else being motivated enough to do it.
Oh, yeah. But anyway, you guys. I just think that things are starting to change, and been disappointed in the past that nobody stood up, and now it's happening. I'm thrilled, quite frankly. So, but that's really all I had to say. So, anyway, I'll buzz off and let someone else in the queue.
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
All right, take it easy.
Cheers.
Next was Nemo.
Hello, Nemo.
Hello.
Hello. Curbs, do you want to do this one? I need to grab another cup of tea, mate.
Yeah, no problem. What's on your mind, man?
I'll be back.
First, I want to say to Gamergate something I think none of you guys have heard enough, and that's thank you. Thank you from just the bottom of my bloody being. From the day this blew up, all of this has been ringing very familiar, very dreadful notes to me personally, because I kept seeing patterns I'd seen before in the behavior of rad feminists, of anti-Gamergate. I hesitate to say social justice warrior because I feel that in some cases it makes it easier to dehumanize some people who are not fully on their part, but sometimes the boot fits. And when I recognize the boots, and I'm not going to dox myself, I'm just going to say the country, I realized why I recognize this behavior, and that would be because Argentina is ruled by social justice warriors. And that's when I started.
Wait, what?
Oh,
is it?
Yeah,
well,
the current administration has gone full SJW.
Really? Fucking hell.
Yeah, considering that's kind of interesting, considering that I thought Argentina was quite, adamant about, especially the Maldives, getting them back, and there was
Maldives.
Wow.
I'm sorry, I had a bit of a stutter. Adamant about what?
Did you just say the Maldives?
Did I get it wrong, or is it the Falkland Islands? Yeah, but they call them that, don't they?
Yes. We actually call them Malvinas.
Oh, okay.
The thing is, the country is very, very divided on the subject. However, the current administration encourages nationalism of the blind kind, of the support your nation blindly, even if you're being told it's something that concerns your nation instead of making your current administration look better. In reality, we are rather divided between the legal and historical reasons for each country to have some manner of claim over it, which there are legitimate disputes. I personally favor calling them Argentinian territory. However, and here's where we are very divided, I do not agree on how the matter is being approached. It's a blatant social justice warrior approach that we're going for. The with us or against us mindset. You either think they're Argentinian and everyone else needs to be kicked out, or you're a traitor. That is not exactly worded like that because it looks bad in the media, but that's the mindset that the current administration is trying to push on many people. When in fact, people have been born there, educated there, formed families there. What the hell are we to expect? Kick those people out because someone wants to look like a strong woman?
So it's not generally the public consensus then, or is it?
There's consensus that the territory belongs to Argentina, but there is absolutely no consensus on how to approach the matter because there has not been a genuine nationwide, or at least a province-wide, if you stick to what concerns the capital province, debate or a non-SJW tented table on how to approach this. This has all been unilaterally decided trips on the president's side, going over to the UK to yell, to make demands, not to debate. And that's in particular what made me recognize these same patterns in Gamergate. At first I was fairly shocked by the articles. I didn't take to Twitter until recently, I'd say, but the big rush of gamers are dead articles at first made me hesitate. That's blatantly loaded warning. No one who is fresh to the topic or no one who has been a gamer for a while can read this and not take it as an attack to somebody. Maybe not to oneself. Maybe if you give them the benefit of the doubt, you say, okay, these people are clearly offended by something. Even if they are clearly colluding to push a view, something has triggered them. So I decided to give them the benefit of the doubt, look into the matter, and find absolutely nothing worth that kind of response. By this point, the warning bells are starting to go off, and I see the discouragement of debate, the suppression of any manner of conversation that is not a hug box, what we are currently being accused of despite addressing our detractors.
Yeah.
And then I accidentally turn on the news. And this is what you're probably going to find a bit disturbing. Have you ever heard of Chavez?
Yeah, Hugo Chavez.
Have you ever heard of the Allo Presidente program?
I haven't heard of that program, unfortunately, no.
All right. That man was the example of a social justice dictator. Someone who pushes beyond to the population, create a personality cult where he was to be worshipped and agreed with on all manners. Anyone who didn't agree was to be accused of treason, of being against causes that no one could possibly be against, such as social justice, of equality, of the prosperity of their nation. And the way he'd do this, at least in terms of the media, he'd just take a seat at a national station, take over every bloody live channel, and broadcast. He could go for hours on end pushing a subject, making threats to bordering nations for bowing to imperialism, for making too friendly of a deal with the US, stuff like that. Well, the current president of Argentina, if you forgive the bit of a tangent, does pretty much that, but in a slightly more legitimate manner. The most recent media reform, which was deemed anti-constitutional and yet still passed, it's still being enforced, was made specifically to let her just take over live news whenever she makes a speech. And most importantly, she does not take questions. She discourages debate. She only took questions openly for the first time when she visited, I think it was Harvard? Yeah, Harvard. She was so unprepared that when she was actually asked questions about her questionable practices, she said, hey, this is Harvard, not my hometown, I think. She named the place. I don't remember it, I'm afraid. I don't keep up with the woman much. And she discredited any questions, however legitimate.
So, I mean, do you reckon that she's maybe potentially a bit of a sock puppet for some bit of something else, or
It's a popular theory, yes.
In particular, any people that have been identified, or
interest, no doubt.
Originally her husband, but she seemed to become more of an influential figure as his health declined. When he died, and I'll admit that gave me a mighty giggle, she spun this victim culture around herself. She overblew the figure of a grieving yet hard-working widow, and her current vice president, as well as many people who were at the point particularly shadowy figures, and owners of major media conglomerates, actually took to supporting her, and to calling any detractors either disrespectful of grief or in some manner offending of the quasi-religious figure that her husband and predecessor had become, or worse, her personal favorite, accusing the opposition of being all for a coup d'etat. Hell, she even made up a word for someone who promotes a coup d'etat.
What was that word?
Let's see, I think it was in Spanish, destituyente.
And what would that translate to?
Literally nothing in particular, but it does mean someone who wishes for destitution. Now, it sounds legitimate until you realize that this person is known for making up words. And this is where we get into more blatant SJW crap and why I started recognizing the patterns when I saw the words they make up. She was apparently offended that the word president in Spanish, presidente, sounds male. Fun fact, it's genderless. She actually raised a big fuss, hoping to institute a female version of this. While colloquially used, that's certainly precedent. She wanted it to be recognized by the Royal Spanish Academy, of all places.
Okay, can I? Sorry to interrupt, but this actually sounds like something I'd like to talk to you about in a different conversation, if you'd mind, in a different podcast, because
I would not mind at all. This is probably too much of a tangent.
Yeah,
I'll be sure to do my
it is a bit
homework
of
by
a
then.
tangent.
It is, but it's bloody interesting.
Yeah.
This is sort of thing I did with Skeptor. You know, someone from the country that we're talking about who can tell us what it's like on the ground. I really want to talk to more of those sort of people. So
I think I
could you
can safely wrap this topic by telling you what the effect on free speech is when blatant social justice puppets actually get their hands on administrative power. What happens when false feminists or third wave feminists, be it legitimate puppets or not, actually rule? And that's that any major outlets, any multi-line, by which I mean being both TV and print companies, actually hold dissenting views, be it by that being their primary editorial content. What happens to them is that they get the law tailored around their demise. I had mentioned that the latest media reform was tailored around silencing dissent in a way. In particular, it was tailored to ensure that one single media company, their most powerful opponent in the media, would have to sell stock and divide by applying a requirement of having up to a certain number of outlets that only they exceeded, and by doing so, they have to break up into multiple companies that would be more easily acquired by government supporters, which they have done this. If you currently look at the major publications in Argentinian press, you can trace their major stockholders, for those that have them, or owners, for those that are privately owned, to either supporters or cronies of the current government. And that's pretty much my coda there.
That enforces ideological orthodoxy, of course.
Very much
Which
so.
The ultimate aim of it, I think. But yeah, send me a message on Twitter. What's your Twitter handle?
It's the Doom Drum. I'm a major Elder Scrolls nerd there.
It's just really interesting, just that thought about just the Falklands, and because that was such a hot topic at the beginning of the year, especially now that there's oil there, and it just felt like a political ramp up, but I had no idea that they had the same sort of sort of goal as Hugo Chavez, basically. It's just really
Very
interesting.
much. Well, they were actually friends.
Well,
and when you think about these people given power,
Sorry, just let's do that on another stream. I've sent you a message because I would genuinely like to have a podcast with you and talk about.
All right.
Sorry about that.
That's
yeah. So
fine. It's just a game of
I
good
don't
stream.
mind if you want to be there, Curbs. I really don't. That's that's fine. But now isn't the time. So
one little gamer thing I'd like to mention.
Go
There's
on.
one thing I disagree on, and that's that not all of the points on the cult warning list were checked. I'd say that one in particular needs to be checked, and it's mind-altering practices.
Oh, I think they do that.
Yeah.
That happens in university.
Especially after our beloved floor-tipping gentleman here. What happened. And frankly, that's something I find insulting to the very nature of human intellect.
Yeah.
It's offensive to the most fundamental right, the right to be. When someone finally gets to break into the world, having done all their hard work, or into education, and wants to exercise the right to look at the world and say, I am, who is anyone, especially these people, to say, no, you are not?
Yeah. Totally agree. It's disgusting, honestly. This is why I take such animus with them declaring gamers are over. You know that you do not have the right to tell me that. You know.
I have to say that we are indeed experiencing the death knells of an identity if this carries on, but it's not the one they think.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that it's becoming very evident that these people are a much larger problem. But yeah, thanks a lot for coming on, man. And we will talk in the future.
No, thank you. And thank every last Gamergate supporter out there. Not every Gamergater, let's not ourselves be labeled.
Yeah.
But certainly every last person who sent an email, thank you. Everyone who didn't, consider sending one. And I'll be out there on Twitter, on Steam, whatever you want to find me, fighting a good fight, trying to be reasonable.
Yeah, I always confuse the name of those islands, by the way. Yeah, it is the Malvinas, not the fucking Maldives. I always get those islands' names confused. Ah.
They're not.
Well, most of the kids who take the current administration educational, I messed up my words, my bad. The current administration's educational rules, so to speak. It's more like deregulation.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot for coming on, man. We'll definitely speak in the future.
See you around.
Take care, man. Who is next?
The last two were Emmanuel and then Fox again because we cut him off earlier.
Right. Fox, do you want to go next?
Sure. All right.
Yep.
Yep. Go ahead, man.
Oh, all right. Back to that base gamer thing. I don't really see the point. I mean, the Metacritic thing is there, and it's bad, and it's bad by design. And if it's following that design, it's inherently bad, I think.
I thought it was following like the Rotten Tomatoes sort of community.
Yeah, it's still basing score like critic versus, well, quote unquote professional critic versus community critics. It seems very similar to me, almost identical.
Okay. Well, it might be worth contacting Jenny Barrage and letting her know because I think that rather than assuming that she's trying to like scam something or something like that.
Oh no, I'm not implying that.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not suggesting you were implying that. Sorry, that's not how I meant to come out. But like, I'm sure that she'd appreciate all of the input and ideas that she can get. Because I'm sure that she wants. I think she probably does. I see the need for something like this. We need some Gamergate things to start because it is a culture. It's obviously a culture. So it's like gamer culture, isn't it? I guess. So
what I wanted to bring up in relation to that, this kind of already exists. GatherYourParty.com, which came out after like the Mass Effect 3 debacle. Like there was about, I think it might have been V. A bunch of people from V were like, let's just make our own site because all of these sites are useless. They make Gather Your Party where anybody can submit like either general news articles or reviews, and they do not allow score reviews, and all of it's free and not paid for. They do it all out of their own pocket, and I've been promoting them for like 2 years wherever I can because I love all their work most of the time. And even if you like don't agree with their review, you can discuss things with them in the comments, and they will almost always respond and try to counterpoint what they felt. And I think that's much better than any other system there is right now.
Yeah, I think that's a great thing. Is it GatherYourParty.com?
Yes.
Yeah, I tell you what, as a Baldur's Gate player, man, that resonates. Seriously, I fucking love. I've been playing Icewind Dale 2 with a friend of mine recently, because we were just like, oh, we need something to just if I go around his house on the weekends or something, we need something to just play cooperatively because it's just something to have a few beers and just grind through, and it's been great fun. So sorry, I was going off on that.
Wonderful.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
no problem. Just I noticed a lot of people like talking about, and the last person that was on just mentioned this, that it's too much of a us versus them mentality, and I see it on both sides. I think he was referring to that country, but in Gamergate now, I see it a lot, and I'm trying. I don't want to be like called out for tone policing or anything, but like just labeling somebody SJW and disregarding everything they're saying is right off the bat, like just being as bad as them. Like don't do that. Because like I grew up in a very Christian far right household. My mom and all of her side of the family very devout Christian, all of those values hardcore. So I grew up having to like debate like fundamentalists and just trying to like just having rational discussions about social things. Like my mom and all of my aunts, if they see somebody in public, a white and a black person dating in public, they'll scoff, they get angry, you see them get physically angry at something just so simple and what should be normal. And this is the kind of person I've had trying to have a discussion with all my life. So when I'm trying to discuss something with someone, you have to treat it as an individual and not just a label. Otherwise, it makes you look worse for it. And it works both ways with that. And I see a lot of people just saying, "Oh, SJW, I have to dismiss it." You're being as bad as them if you approach it in that sense. Like what you do is wonderful, and you just let them talk, or even
try just That's the thing. It's just trying to get to the root of why they're saying what
Yeah.
they're bloody saying, because it's crazy.
I'm trying. I recently that article about how Christina Huff Summers is. She tweeted it out, and it's an article about how she's detrimental to social justice or whatever. I don't know the exact specifics.
Defaming social justice.
Yeah, but I
Social
noticed
justice
the
defends itself.
I noticed the comments before that. Like I just was going through the comments, and one of them was like, "What's most frustrating about these gamergaters is they take our methods and used it against us, and it's so frustrating."
Oh no!
And I took a screenshot of that and posted on my Twitter. I'm like, this is the most fascinating thing I've seen out of all of this, is because either the mentality is this strong or they're just completely unaware of how they seem. So what I really want to do is I'm drawing up some like interview questions. I want to interview these people. I'm going through this comment section. I'm just followed that person who made that comment on Twitter. I tracked that person down. I want to just set up these interview questions, let them speak their mind on what they think about it, and get both sides, like some Gamergate people and these people. And I just want to put these next to each other to see how far across this is. And like how David Pacman handles interview, I followed him even before Gamergate, and he just lets people on and he lets them speak. If they're crazy, they're going to come off as crazy.
Yeah,
and if they're
absolutely.
not, then they're going to be, then you can take that input. But yeah,
I think it's good to treat them as if they're very credulous. You know, I mean, one thing that people on all sides have got a real habit of doing is trying to predict what the other person's thinking when they make a statement, instead of looking at what the statement is itself. Like with the other guys, like you're doing that because you're a misogynist, and it's like, okay, well, do you know that, or is that what you're that's what you're saying? That's not what I'm saying, And so I think what really helps is if you just try and believe what they're saying from what they're saying. So if they say, I don't like something because of X, that's probably the genuine reason.
Yeah. It's just because I want to know where this is. Well, I mean, you obviously looked into academics and all this stuff, but just this mindset that develops where I can't, because somebody labeled you as X, I cannot take you seriously. Like, oh, you're gonna love this, Sargon. You're gonna love this. I was having a discussion on Twitter, and we were trying to discuss reviews with this person. It was me and one other person on Twitter in Gamergate, and one adamantly anti. And he couldn't continue speaking to me because I had one of those Twit ribbons on with the little controller with the Gamergate logo. And he says, I cannot take anything you say because you have a rape joke in your icon. And I had no idea what he was talking about.
Oh, purple and green.
Because it had the little purple and green, but everything I had to say was dismissed because I had a purple and green color scheme in my icon.
Convenient, that, isn't it? Because otherwise,
yeah, and I just removed it. I removed it right after. It's like, if this is the level we're gonna go to,
yeah,
I don't know what to say.
That's interesting, right? Because earlier today, I was just looking for. I've lost the tweet. I don't know what I did. I should have saved it on the screen, sort of thing. But that guy who did the stupid box with the glowing eyes.
Yes.
I had a few back and forths with him on Twitter, where he just embarrassed himself a bit more, to be honest. And and basically it came to his one criticism that he could actually level at me that I couldn't refute was that my video was poor quality, like technical quality, production quality, and I was like, yes, that is exactly true. My video production quality is awful. And so he's like, I'll send you a copy of my next one so you don't have to record it on the screen. I'm like, thanks very much. Because if that's the only criticism of my video you have, you're probably not looking forward to my response to the next one.
That's incredible.
That's what I mean. And the thing is, him and Alex Lifshitz, of all people, started like tweeting about the quality of my videos, and then Alex Lifshitz was like, yeah, his narrative is really weak, and it's like, that's because I'm not trying to craft a narrative. I wanted to cherry pick facts to create a narrative. I could fucking do that. I absolutely could do that. But no, my narrative creation skills are surprisingly weak because, yes, thank you. And that is a compliment from this shit. You don't create a good biased narrative.
Right, you're getting his name wrong. It's Shit Lips. Remember
Oh,
that.
shit. Sorry, yeah. I find it because seriously, it was just the funniest little interaction. I was just like, you guys are adorable. You know, I should have said adorkable. I fucked up.
All right. We've got to move on. We've got one more person coming back in, and then we've got Emmanuel who needs to go, and then and then there's one other person coming in as well. So.
Alrighty. Thanks for having me back again, and
Thanks for coming up, man.
just keep up the good work, everyone. But just everyone should calm down when talking to them. Like, what was it? Total Bliska said you're talking with you're providing a show for an audience. You're not really debating with them, and it just completely labeling someone and disregarding what they say makes you look 100 times worse than anything stupid you might say. So.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks
again.
That I agree. That is basically the case. And so someone in the comments like, "Fuck off, Sargon. Your Diagra stuff is narrative." And it's like, is it? Is it actually narrative?
All right. Have a good night.
Yeah, no problem. Because seriously, I really don't think it is. I'm just reporting on what these people have done. You know, if you think I'm leaving out like massive swathes of something, let me know. Seriously, you know. Anyway, sorry, who was next? Manuel.
It's Manuel, yeah.
Hello. Hello, Emmanuel.
Is he muted?
I have muted him. He's muted himself.
Okay.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, good. It's finally, it's a great honor to finally meet you guys. I started watching Sargon's video, along with what's his name, Skeptor, that's his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, started watching more videos. I found you guys out thanks to Monday Matt, I believe. And in case you guys don't know who I am the Atheist Gamer. You can find me easily by just looking at this bomb hat that I constantly wear in pretty much every video that I ever made.
Hey, I've just found your channel. I will tweet you.
My channel?
Yeah, I'll tweet your channel.
I've been making a few Gamergate videos, for a while now, which it's mostly towards people who've been attacking Gamergate, such as Peter Coffin and Garrett Robinson. I had to make 5 videos in total on Garrett Robinson because, god damn, this guy is incredibly stupid.
Sorry, who's that?
Garrett Robinson.
Yeah, who's that?
Let's see, how can I describe him? Like, he talks about on how Gamergate will never be about ethics in journalism. Like, if you want to be about ethics in journalism, don't call yourself a Gamergater. Call yourself something else other than, don't associate yourself as someone who's in Gamergate. That's according to Garrett Robinson.
Oh, there are loads of other movements that are vying for ethics in journalism, aren't there? Just loads of them.
And then there's this guy named Peter Coffin, and like he made a satire video about how Gamergate is basically just what's it called? The Last Game Bro. That's his video, and basically it's all about how he's the last gamer bro, on how all these social justice warriors have taken over the world, and that the only reason that these Gamergaters can play video games is because there are women in video games who just play for the boobs. That's it. If Laura,
You okay, man?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah. The thing is that according to Peter Coffin, that we play video games because Lara Croft has boobs, and that's the only reason that we play video games. That's it. And if we're a part of Gamergate, then we just want to oppress women. That's all. And it's started becoming a common core thing. I just recently saw a video from Funny or Die. You guys aware of that?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, Funny or Die. They made a video about Gamergate, which is about how Mario and Peach got together, and somehow Mario got pissed off that Princess Peach is wearing her usual dress. That it starts out as this typical Mario being an asshole, and then all of a sudden Princess Peach brought up Gamergate. Like, wait, where'd this come from? Like, she just brought up Gamergate, even though Mario was talking about his clothing, and then they get into a fight. How Mario, excuse me.
It's alright.
These guys are so stupid that they thought that Princess Peach, the only game from Princess Peach, is on Game Boy, not on Nintendo DS, but on Game Boy.
Oh, that's misogyny.
These guys didn't research at all. That's how pathetic and sad these people are. Let's see. So, the ending is basically Princess Peach kicks out Mario, and she ends up dating Yoshi, which is really, really disturbing. Like, I thought that she would end up with Luigi because, Luigi is kind of a pretty cool dude. But no, instead of Yoshi.
Okay, man. Well, should we wrap it up there?
Well, we've got one last one, just one very last one, just Lauren, basically. But thank you for your time, Emmanuel.
Yeah.
We'll close.
I've tweeted your YouTube channel, so. Sorry?
Subscribe to my channel, The Atheist Gamer. I'll be making more Gamergate videos.
Cool. Well, there we go.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks very much. And
thanks, man. Lauren.
Well, hello, guys.
Hello. How's it going?
Hello. Good. How are you?
Very good.
Well, it's just us now, isn't it?
It is.
Nice. Yeah, so I watched the entire video this morning, or the entire stream with, and there was spaghetti all over the place. It was quite, quite interesting. But, I really want to touch on how feminism, as far as anti-Gamergate is going, how that's just completely taken over that is the whole narrative. They feel that because we are in support of Gamergate that somehow we're anti-feminism, which could not be further from the truth. And it's mind-blowing. I don't know, it's really frustrating because, again, I'm not against people who support feminism, I'm against feminism itself. And that's what they don't seem to understand, is that, listen, if you feel that women are unequal, that's fine, but Gamergate is a consumer revolt. It is not anything more or less than that, So, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, I think that organisationally, yes, it's absolutely that. There's no doubt.
Right, but I have to congratulate you for keeping your cool during the whole stream. I couldn't.
A lot of people said that.
I was at work and I'm like, I want to fucking scream right now, but I can't. It was just unbelievable, and God, that guy is just in a world of his own.
I have no idea why he thinks it's acceptable to say those things about anyone. Absolutely no idea.
I don't think anybody's ever told him to shut up in his life. I think I think he's suffered too much from white privilege, basically, and just being allowed to run his mouth off at every opportunity.
Lauren, can you turn your speakers down a bit, please?
Sure.
So we're getting a echo coming back.
Does that work?
I think so.
Okay.
But,
Yeah, no, that. I just, the whole thing with Poll kind of took a left turn last week or the week before, and I'm really glad to see that he is feeling better and back in good spirits. But yeah, just how I don't know. I'm my mind is blown. Today was a really, really crazy day with that whole stream going on. I really want to watch it again just to try to listen to the bits that I missed. But again, hats off to you, Sargon, because I couldn't have done it.
Well, it had to be done.
Yeah.
I really did. There were some people like, oh, this guy probably needs help, and it's like, well, he probably does, but I think it's important to see why he needs help. Because I think that he's just. I think a lot of them have the same sort of leanings, but don't go as far down that road. But the thing is, that's where that road goes. So,
Yeah, so I tweeted you the interaction between Arthur Chu and Jordy. Did you get to read it?
I missed it.
Oh, I sent it to you. It was
Do you mind
pretty
sending it
interesting. Yeah, I'll do that again. But so
Thanks.
one of my followers goes, fuck you, Jordy Tate, for making me agree with Arthur Chu on something.
Yeah,
It's so true.
even Arthur Chu knows when not to touch the poo, basically. So.
Right.
Again, it gets them on the defensive, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, agreed. Well, I think it was at the expense of Jordy Tate, it was another good day for Gamergate, I believe. So,
Yeah.
we'll see what happens tomorrow.
We will. It's always interesting, isn't it? I'm curious. What do you think of Jenny Barrage and her project?
Well, I'll support her. I can't say I will give money until I know a little bit more about what it is she's doing. I heard about it, but I hadn't read up on it as of, because I've been listening to the stream. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I'll check it out. Again, I'm glad to see us doing things outside of Twitter because I really feel that Twitter it's going downhill with the whole wham taking over and just people getting suspended left and right. I'm really amazed that I haven't gotten suspended yet with all my activism on women against feminism and things like that. But I really feel like I'm dodging bullets here, but I think I'm going to do that tonight. I'm going to create another account just in case they do come and get me. Because there is no win. There is no win with these people, and now it really seems like Twitter is in bed with these feminists or I'll say these ideologues, and where there's no place where we can go to say what we want to say and have it heard by millions of people. That was the one thing that Twitter had. They have millions and millions of people on Twitter, and you can connect with just about anyone in the world. And silencing people is just going to make a whole lot of it's going to make a lot of people turn away. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the next coming weeks or months or so.
Yeah, I think silencing them for strictly ideological reasons is the worst reason as well. You know,
Exactly.
if someone's sending threats or posting inappropriate material, then fair enough. But you know, just because they don't agree with someone else, I disagree with that.
Right. It's bullshit. Again, Jordy Tate, I welcome him to say, I welcome anyone to say whatever they have to say. I will never silence anyone. Um, but it just seems like that's what they want to do. They are pushing that initiative, and hey, if that's where they want to take this, then fine. We will find somewhere else to go so that we can speak amongst ourselves like adults. Just pretty baffling.
Oh, apparently Sargon dropped and then just re-entered.
Yeah.
No problem. Well, thank you very much for coming on. I think we're just approaching the 4th hour, so I think, are we going to knock that on the head for this evening, Sargon? Okay, he's not answering. Sargon is unconscious or has been taken by the SJW police. All the rumours can start now in the chat and explode. So
He's trying to tie that string back together.
yeah. Oh wait, he's back.
No, he left. And...
No. Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming on again, Lauren. And
thank you, Curbs.
No problem. And we'll speak to you again soon.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks for coming on, Lauren. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Oh, right. Well, we thought that they got you, the SJW police, but obviously not. So I think that's... Well, I'm sure we're going to be herded off into camps at some point. But that's... I think we're at the fort.
It's one of those things that seems to be on the cards if the social justice warriors get their way.
Yeah.
I just want to... The guy who in the chat wants to talk about my Diagra thing, I want to talk about that with him. So hopefully he contacts me. Just send me a tweet on Twitter, obviously, about Diagra, because I'm happy to talk about my my statements about Diagra and what I've said, the research and stuff. So give me a shout. I don't think I'm constructing an unfair narrative. I think that there's definitely strong ideological leanings to the organization. And I don't think that it was initially founded for that purpose. But even if it was, so what? That's still.
If it's Jenny Goodchild in disguise, I'm going to go in the toilet and do a Kurt Cobain. I'm far too fucking knackered for that shit.
We've been doing some more research into Diagra, haven't we, Cerberus?
Yeah, the ride never stops.
Isn't Adrian Shaw's work amusing?
It just makes this all look like bollocks. It makes everything they're doing look like bollocks.
She's weirdly pro Gamergate in a way.
Yeah, kind of.
Her research absolutely supports Gamergate's position. Just so everyone knows, it's hilarious. But yeah, I'll be doing a video about it when we've finished doing all the research and stuff. So and Cerberus is one of the people who researched with me, so I have to thank him before we go. Thank you, Cerberus.
That's okay. I'm just, I can't believe I get them. The Maldives and the Malvines. I've got to remember that.
It's not the Malvinas. Sorry, but they're the fucking Falkland Islands.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Fucking traitor. Honestly.
Oh, my dad worked through.
No.
My dad worked with a guy who basically was at Goose Green, and he also he went through a minefield. He was in the Royal Marines. He went through a minefield at night with no sort of night vision optics. Basically, they had to just do it all by hand, crawling on the belly, basically on the approach. He's got massive PTSD as that guy.
So why the fuck are you a fucking Argentine fifth colonist then?
I'm not. I just
call them Malvinas. No Englishman would call them Malvinas.
I'm sorry. Fine, I'm a traitor to the cause. Fine. I don't drink tea, I drink coffee, my dear.
Oh, you...
Oh, jeez, blasphemy.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. Right, okay. Right.
I'm a traitor. I'm also an SJW. I'm a kill. Denton
Are we touching the poop right now? Are we touching?
Yeah,
poop?
yeah, literally. Denton pays me the big bucks. That's why I'm like unemployed now. And
Right. Okay, guys. Well, thanks a lot for joining me, and thanks a lot for helping as usual, Cerberus. Really appreciate it, man.
No problem.
I'll see everyone next time.
Yeah.